Thank you. Stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Gandhi and Mr. Ahuja, for that very enriching conversation. And I'm sure a lot of you will agree that with the points given by Mr. Gandhi and Ahuja, where we are talking about OTT, then why not get the industry to come together and have a panel discussion, which is what is going to happen next. We're going to talk about unleashing the potential of advertising on OTT. And on this panel, we have with us some stellar personalities from the industry. Welcoming Mr. Shashank Srivastava, Executive Director, Maruti Suzuki, Ms. Anurita Chopra, Area Marketing Lead, Oral Care, GSK Consumer Healthcare, Ashwin Padmanabhan, President, Partnerships and Trading Group M, Mr. Prateek Gupta, Co-founder, Foxy Moron and Zoo Media. And chairing this session is Neeta Nair, Assistant Editor, Exchange for Media. A very warm welcome to everyone. Request all our panelists to please switch on your cameras and mics and join us on screen.
Khyati, Neeta, just give us a second. There's been a glitch in the live stream. So just give us a couple of seconds to come back.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I'm unable to start video because the host has stopped it.
Yes, just give us a few seconds. We're fixing it.
Thanks.
Mic check. Am I audible?
Yes.
Fabulous. So hello and welcome once again to E4M Play. Now, OTT was clearly the buzzword of 2020. And it was literally the year when OTT platforms became mainstream with big budget movie releases, binge-worthy shows like Patal Lok, Mirzapur, 1992 Scam, and many, many more. And many mediums were struggling for revenues, ad revenues. Most OTT platforms were enjoying all the attention from advertisers, even at the peak of the pandemic. And that's exactly what we're here to discuss today in our session, Unleashing the Potential of Advertising on OTT. And to discuss that, I have with me amazing leaders from the industry. Let me introduce Shashank Srivastava, Executive Director, Maruti Suzuki. Hi, Shank.
Hi, good to
We
be
have
here.
Anurita Chopra, Area Lead, Oral Care, GSK Healthcare. Hi, Anurita.
Hello, everyone.
We have Ashwin Padmanabhan, President, Partnerships and Trading at Group M.
Hi, everybody. Lovely to be here.
And we have Prateek Gupta, co-founder, Foxymoron and Zoom Media.
Hi guys, hi everybody.
And I'm Neeta Nair, assistant editor with Impact Magazine and also the moderator for this session. So let me direct the first question to you, Mr. Srivastava. Now, Maruti has traditionally been a very strong advertiser on TV. Now, when did OTT assume a place of importance in your marketing mix and why?
Well, I think talking of Maruti Suzuki, we are a substantial advertiser, as you know. Our spends are close to 700 crores, out of which television last year was the largest, still at around 30%, and digital was 28%, as also print. We do a lot of tactical and print. On OTT, we actually started seeing some real strong trends in the last couple of years. And we saw the consumer behavior itself changing as far as viewing is concerned. And with the larger penetration of the internet and the possibility of streaming on internet, a lot of platforms which were on based on streaming on internet have gained prominence. So you have video, you have so many of these platforms. You have this Netflix and the Amazon Prime and so on. You also have audio. So you have Spotify and you also have messaging like WhatsApp, or including voice, for example, which is over Skype. So all these are actually part of OTT platform. It's just streaming on. But what we are, I think, focusing today is on OTT platform as far as video on demand is concerned. And we saw this trend emerging last couple of years because not only was the digital percentage increasing. Digital percentage in 2019 actually was just around 20%, but it's gone up to probably about 30 now and expected to be 34%. Video also has gone up. In fact, the growth projections are 30%. And that gives OTT an edge because OTT has a lot of positives which television doesn't have. There's more personalized, more individual watching. You can watch it across devices. The cost is lower. You have actually 450 million smartphones, for example, as compared with 200 million television sets. So I think all these trends got together, and we have been observing that since the pandemic started, actually this has been further accelerated. We find OTT as a very, very strong medium for which we would be advertising, not only doing it currently, but also in future, we expect it to get much larger from Maruti Suzuki.
Okay, interesting. Ms. Chopra, what kind of increase have you seen in the amount of spends GSK dedicates to OTT when you compare it with the pre-pandemic year?
Well, actually, Anita, the way to look at it is not so much in terms of pre and post, but we always knew OTT is definitely a platform to consider and to gain prominence. I keep saying, and I was talking to you the other day as well, that be where the river flows, and if the consumer is really taking to OTT as a platform for her regular entertainment and is looking and enjoying fresh content out there, then clearly as advertisers, it is only but natural that we'll also find our way to be able to reach a consumer exactly there. So it's totally evolutionary. Yes, the pandemic has actually led up to a high rate of consumption, or possibly because of the same old jaded content on regular television. and therefore fresh content sitting out here, more relevant and youthy content, vernacular content, and so many more, avenues. And especially personalized content, which makes it so relevant for different kinds of cohorts to find it, compelling to come back. So I think one is the comebackability, one is compelling content, and therefore, by definition, we'll definitely be there, and the spends will only increase.
My next question is to you, Mr. Padmanabhan. Now, the first wave was phenomenal for the business of OTT platforms. Now we're facing the second wave. Is it going to be just as beneficial for these platforms? And today, can we say literally all the key advertisers in the space are present on OTT platforms, new age and traditional, everybody?
I think, honestly, the way we see it, the challenge is less to do with demand from advertisers or demand from consumers. We clearly have more consumers consuming content on OTT. Driven by all the factors that have been discussed even in the earlier session. And at the same time, there are more and more advertisers wanting to come onto the platform. I think the larger challenge is that advertising can be done only on the AWOD side of the platform. A lot of the content that is getting released today and a lot of the eyeballs that we are seeing on the platforms are actually on the SWOT side, which is leading to a challenge from an advertising perspective, which is that honestly, there are not enough impressions available to really deliver a campaign in its entirety. And especially, like Shashank said, if you want to leverage the advantage of targeting, you want to leverage the advantage of probably looking at audiences in a certain cut, the more you slice and dice it, you actually start figuring out that impressions are not available really for you to target. So if you ask me, the larger question is, from a strategic perspective for OTT platforms, how do they invest more on content which actually powers the AWOD side of their business? And I think that's what we'll need to really work on.
I'd like to touch upon something that Ms. Chopra said, the fresh content part of it. Mr. Gupta, a big factor which has kind of helped OTT poach a good amount of viewership from GECs in the beginning of last year was that there was repeat content on TV and fresh content relatively on OTT. Now, as far as the current wave is concerned, both TV and OTT are better prepared. Shoots have not completely stopped. So would you say OTT would still have an edge when it comes to, the overall scheme of things?
So as opposed to what what live television content does, right? OTTs or the shows are planned a lot more in advance, right? The reason that your the Primes and the Netflix and the Hotstars of the world was still doing very well during the first wave of the pandemic was primarily because their content was ready and available, I think 4 to 6 months in advance, as opposed to on television where there is regular content that's being created, which is live. So there is a constant flux of content being made available, right? As far as where we are sitting today, the demand for content is far greater than the supply, and we're seeing this across all of the platforms that we're actually operating inside. And the advantage that we had during the pandemic was the fact that we started off, understanding that India is a one television home. But honestly, today the number of people in the house is equal to the number of screens that they have access to. Right. So suddenly the control of the audience was onto their cell phones. The control of their audience was onto their laptops. The control of their audience was onto a tablet, if at all. And suddenly that one home, which would otherwise have been fighting for control of that remote control during a lockdown or a pandemic, had access to so many more options to watch this content. And from a consumer's point of view, the choice was varied. They had the ability to watch different kind of content as opposed to watch either a Ramayana, Mahabharata, or the news or sports, depending on who wore the pants in the house. And they suddenly had the option to choose. And more importantly for us, what also gave advertisers the ability to latch on is that they could target the person in the house who was viewing the content. Right. So if you look at it from a supply side and a demand side, whether it's content or whether it's advertising, inventory availability, I think OTT was sitting at a pleasant spot. It was anyways growing, right? Like Anurita said, right? Like it was where the river was flowing. It's just that, somebody opened the water gates a lot more, and, the flow increased. And, we're all sitting here having this conversation today.
We spoke about targeting, and I'd like to bring in both the media experts here. If I were to compare OTT with the most popular platforms for content like YouTube or social media, there were instances in the past where Unilever threatened to pull back all the advertising revenue from these platforms because their ads were being aired with content which was inappropriate. Now, would you say brand safety is a very important point that goes in favor of OTT platforms today when you compare it with the rest? Because it's kind of checked and authorized in a way.
Absolutely. I think surely a lot of the content, I won't say all, but surely a lot of the content, a higher percentage of the content which is there on OTT is surely can be classified as brand safe. That's one. The second is the nature of the consumer, the way the consumer actually looks at the content and consumes the content, means that the engagement rates are also much higher, the completion rates are also much higher in an OTT environment. So yes, from that perspective, OTT makes it more effective. But where and I'm going to go back to my previous point, because that actually is going to make or break the whole story of OTT. Today, the scale of impressions available on OTT is minuscule compared to all the other platforms that you're talking about, right? So unless and until there's a strategic investment that is made towards increasing the available impressions on the AWOT side, we are always going to be talking about the potential that exists, but we are unable to realize, right? So if you ask me, the one biggest question that the platforms need to answer is, how do I create more impressions on the AWOT side if I want more advertising monies to come to me? That's probably the biggest bottleneck today.
But it's right, because the video completion rates to some extent is high on OTT, but at the same time compared to YouTube, but yet industry specific measures like click through rates, they don't really hold for OTT channels, right, as much.
No, I guess we all use different mediums for different purposes, right? So if I'm doing a performance marketing campaign, maybe I will not use OTT. But at the same time, if I'm driving brand building, which is what we traditionally use TV for, I would surely want to use OTT. So as a potential, I guess OTT holds a lot of potential, and I have no doubt that it is going to grow substantially. But at this point in time, there is a lot of promise, but I would say delivery is still under delivery in terms of what is available.
Anita, I'd just like to chime in there with the fact that, like exactly what Ashwin said, it also is, you're on YouTube because you are going through like a cluster of content that you're consuming at that particular point in time, right? So you have, distracted viewing as what we would call it, right? Like I would watch half a YouTube video, move back into Facebook, move back into Instagram, come back onto YouTube. Versus when I'm on an OTT platform, I have focused viewing. Right. And also the inventory that's sold on OTT is also like a cost per completed view, versus an inventory that's sold on YouTube would be a CPM inventory where there is an ability to click out, and that's a parameter that you're actually gauging, right? Like it's basically different horses for different courses, and that's what it is. And there is a problem in understanding of all of the different metrics that are available in the OTT ecosystem, and people are using different things for different means, which needs to standardize a lot more. But it's the starting of the learning curve, honestly, and everybody will get there slowly but steadily.
Okay. I'd like to come to the advertisers now. The same question that I asked earlier. Brand safety, of course, is very key for as far as any advertiser is concerned. But even today, we are seeing a lot of cases like Tandav. There are these web series like Tandav, Patal Lok, which have been mired in controversy because of hurting religious sentiments and all of that. So how do you pick and choose your content? Are you very, very sure? You have to be very, very sure about where you're placing your money. You don't want to be seen against around provoking religious sentiments or anything like that. So how do you go about picking the content, Anurita?
That's a good question, and of course, as brands, you always look for the right fit. So I think what you need to be very clear about, what is the role that OTT is going to play for you in your strategy. And I think Ashwin and Pradeep both have made pertinent points on that, which is, look, if you're looking for reach and frequency, then obviously you will go for the tried and tested, because you're looking at metrics, you're looking at deliveries, you know that this is going to have a straight jacketed, tie back to business in actual numbers. Definitely in the digital world as well, now we have at least reach builder platforms, and so that's relatively more measurable now than what it used to be. So similarly, OTT will go through that churn, will go through that evolution by definition, because obviously all advertisers, all media experts are going to be pounding on everybody's door saying, listen, give us the metrics, and why would we put more money? Because yes, this is glamorous, and yes, this is clearly where the preference is going, but we need hard numbers to be able to convince our clients in the first place, or advertisers who are going to divert their funds out here. So that's one. But second, I think, just like brand ambassador fitment, just like property genre fitment. So say a brand like Sensodyne, which is, very, very, upmarket. Not that we don't cater to lower tier consumers, we do. But as a brand tonality, you intuitively know whether you are going to be, associating with a certain genre of programming content or not. The kind of vein it will be, whether it serves your purpose or not. For that matter, definitely, we partnered with Hotstar for Game of Thrones. Sure, because the role out there is impact. So if you're very clear about what your role, what achievement you want, whether you want to create impact, and to Ashwin's point, so if it's a launch buzz that you want to create, you want to quickly drive visibility, you want to quickly drive awareness, sure, by all means, but then be a little flexible on the metrics, and therefore that determines the kind of spends also that you will put, because obviously there is only that much fuzz that you have in your budget. The others are very, very tightly measured and locked and performance driven. So by definition, all said and done, it's a matter of time before metrics will start coming in, because the channel or the platform is only getting bigger, so they have to.
Okay, and coming to you, Mr. Srivastava, would you go with metrics and monthly active users and all of that while picking your picking a show to associate with, or is it going to be how powerful the content can be and how you can associate well with it? What is the balance for you?
Yeah. So of course, it's not. It's rarely that to get to a particular marketing objective, you talk only of one platform. So it's not always an OTT versus something else. It is maybe OTT plus television, for example. It is not just digital versus legacy media or traditional media. It is also that plus something. So I think what we need to shift the debate here is not about OTT, how it is as an exclusive platform, but how it adds to your overall marketing investment objectives. On the specific thing of how to invest in OTT, of course, you will look at the content preference of the target audience. And I think that is the number one priority for us. Of course, you look also at the monthly active users if you are choosing between platforms, or maybe the cross-visiting data across platforms. So you would have some platforms which have, have a larger cross-visiting ratios, which we would like to minimize the duplication. That is all part of this thing. So for us, it is largely the content, and then of course the usual metrics which any investment involves. But I think the discussion which we have been hearing so far, and what Ashwin also pointed out, is a question of I think we are not debating whether OTT will get bigger. It will get bigger. I think there is a general consensus. And as Anurita said, wherever you have people, you will have advertisers will go there. So I think there is no debate. Pratik also talked about, how OTT is better and probably why it is growing. So you have, multiple, you can have it, seeing it across devices. It's a on-demand viewing rather than appointment viewing of television. It's more individualistic. You can have as many screens in the household as you have number of people. You can, the number of smartphones are increasing, internet penetration is increasing, data, and there is no debate then therefore that there is will be a growth. The question is it advantageous for the OTT as a platform to advertise. And there also, I think there is a broad consensus, and I believe all panel members here also agree to that it leads to a much sharper targeting. Absolutely no doubt. It is more open and more amenable to micro targeting, whether it is demographics or it is geo targeting, whether it is, even interest cohorts. I think Anurita talked about interest cohorts, or even device targeting. Content targeting is one of the major things which advertisers are looking at. You can even look at day part targeting, like we do for all models. Viewer engagement is much more. Ashwin said that it leads to a much more stickiness and even binge watching, as we all know. We have immediate response, and I think somewhere OTT is also improving, and people are realizing that if you have more clickable CTAs, as is possible if you are viewing it on mobile, if you incorporate things like an online shopping within the OTT experience, maybe it is much people would quickly call up retail stores or maybe visit the brand website. Customer acquisition is therefore much better, I would say. There is more brand safety. I think Ashwin pointed it out rightly that there is clearly, while there are exceptions, but clearly there is more brand safety. And more importantly, which I think so far we have not touched upon, is that remarketing is possible, because OTT actually is a digital media. So your customer give you those digital signals. So brands can actually leverage multiple parts of online ad of online ad environments, multiple devices, multiple channels. You can address a single cohort using combination of streaming, advertisement, social media, and so on. And finally, that's the last point I would like to make, is that yes, Ashwin's point, I think, is the central point, which is when you look at SVOD and when you look at AVOD, you have in India, of course, there is at the moment, I think 35% is SVOD, but maybe in abroad it is almost 90 plus in US, for example. So there is a challenge. You have everything going for the platform, but is it monetizable? Is it something which and that is where the innovation will come in. And I believe in India, while we have the AVOD content is still big, and I think where the advertisers will really have to innovate, as also the platform itself, is how much branded content you can get in. So while in SVOD, it's difficult to have those small advertisements, but if you want to really do a branded storytelling, you can really do it using content integration, or you have branded content. And remember, for people like Maruti Suzuki, we are a fairly well-known brand. So our challenge is not so much awareness,
right,
as much as engagement, and OTT provides that. So I'm actually quite excited about the future of the OTT, including a lot of innovations that needs to be done. And I think that's what Ashwin was pointing out too. It would require a lot of innovation for it to become relevant for advertisers in a large way, as is the case with other mediums.
So Ashwin, in that, and thank you so much, Ishank. There were a couple of things that have come up. I mean, a lot of questions I have to ask you and the panelists after what you said. Ashwin, so of course, as of now, what we understand is OTT is great as far as the upper funnel of marketing is concerned. The brand awareness, understanding what the product is all about, that kind of thing. But as far as the bottom funnel is concerned, the performance part of it, the purchase part of it, where are we exactly with regards to bringing all that into the OTT streams? Is it possible, while watching, am I going to, there are a lot of connected TVs today. Am I going to be watching it on a screen and go and click to, buy a product? Is that even possible?
Oh, I think we can think of ourselves as marketers, or we can think of ourselves first as consumers of content. Right? If I'm a consumer of content, honestly, if I'm deep into a content, I will not want any distractions of clicking into a link and going and being taken away from that content. Right? So from that perspective, we don't need to be everything. OTT doesn't need to be everything. The fact is that it can add to TV significantly with the strengths that it has in terms of being able to allow a brand to build its story, in being able to target consumers sharper than what TV can do in that whole effort. So I'm not sure whether you really want to spend time trying to become relevant from a performance marketing perspective at all. Why should we do that? There are other mediums for that, isn't it? I'd rather invest more time to become extremely good in the whole brand building space as a platform, right? So if you ask me, I wouldn't try to actually, become relevant from a performance perspective if I was an OTT platform.
Pratik, do you agree?
Yes and no, because and I'll chime in with a couple of thoughts. One is the fact that, like, while we don't agree that this new normal, or the first wave, as you call it, didn't hit OTT platforms, it did, right? Because and it hit them in a good way, right? They were pretty much expecting that I will grow this volume of subscribers or this volume of people watching over 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, right? And their product roadmap was always built on that 2 year, 3 year, 4 year pipeline. For instance, if, in my opinion, if last year Dream 11 would have not jumped onto the IPL bandwagon, the integration of Dream 11 inside of Hotstar in the IPL, if it was in March or in April of 2020, as opposed to September or October in 2020, would never have happened. The integration with somebody like a Swiggy into Hotstar would have never happened. So a lot of the product roadmaps for OTTs have also accelerated to allow for these integrations to happen from a middle funnel point of view.
Okay.
Right? It's not necessarily top funnel or bottom funnel, right? Like, we often forget that there is a middle funnel right over there. There are lots of new products that are becoming a part of branded content, which are there to change habits. Right? To give you an example of a lot of the house rental or no broker portals did branded content that allowed people to understand that there is a change in habit from calling your local broker or asking your watchman for a local broker to a professional service that actually exists. Does it create awareness for me? 100%, but it also creates consideration for me. Does it get me my bottom funnel as of where I'm sitting right now? Absolutely not, because my bottom funnel, like I said before, the metrics are, did I click on the link? Did the link get converted into a sale? It is too well defined for a platform that is too early to evolve into those kind of metrics as we're actually sitting. So 2 points, right? So while I agree that where we don't have the relevant inventory, we do not have the relevant tech inside of OTT platforms as of where we're sitting right now. But as people, migrate, those innovations will start to come to life. People will start to understand what is the content community commerce sort of a model that exists even for content creation. And as of where we are sitting today, can we do branded integrations to drive consideration? Yes. Can we do branded integrations to drive sale? Maybe not. Or bottom funnel? Maybe not. That's my take on it. So I just think it's evolutionary. It's not necessarily going to happen or not going to happen, because a lot of experiments are going to succeed, and hopefully a lot of experiments are going to fail.
Okay. Anurita, I'd like to bring you in. We spoke about this earlier. Some of the popular OTT platforms today are ad-free, like Netflix, Amazon Prime, and they have a significant amount of dedicated viewers with them. So what are you, as far as GSK is concerned, how are you going about, breaking that wall? How are you bringing GSK into these SVOD spaces?
Well, it's a little selective, honestly, where, as you said, that currently it's not open for advertiser space, which I think is very good in a sense, because I think the first and foremost, and I think Ashwin touched on that briefly, which is be a consumer first. Yeah, what would you really like? And so, live streaming content has its own role. OTT has its own role. So first is content traction. And so sometimes you're looking at, whether that's, you even evaluating opportunities of in-program placement. You're talking to, content creators and seeing whether there's any, role of participation. And we are a healthcare organization. So look, we definitely, we believe in authenticity. So for us, the kind of content also that we'll be talking to will come with its own, stamp of authenticity. We are not a flashy business. By definition, people have to trust us and look for solutions, be it Sensodyne, be it, be it Eno, be it Otrivin, be it Iodex, be it Crocin. Look at the brands we're talking about. And therefore, by definition, the kind of partnerships that we seek are either depending on stature, if we need. So, for example, a Sensodyne partnering with IPL, sure. As I mentioned earlier, Game of Thrones, sure. So there, the role is impact. Integration is a different vehicle. Later, as and when OTT evolves, and clearly, I think the writing's on the wall that it will. There will be a role of advertisers, and accordingly will also evolve. Literally a surrogate of high definition, where people will still pay more, perhaps, for uninterrupted flow, which is a different revenue model altogether for this entire framework. So it'll be a full circle. They will get into advertiser framework. They will, entail participation, probably even e-commerce integration, absolutely, and seamless, because many other markets have moved there. You click a button and you like something, you can buy that, food. You can just order right away, etc., which is a seamless integration without being too interruptive. And at the same time, there'll be enough consumers offended and will want a free advertiser, free content framework as well. So that's how it'll possibly go, and we are pretty much evaluating at this level in an integrated manner. I think I'll just possibly say integration is the name of the word.
And so, because we were talking about OTT as an extension of TV, tell me, how important is catch-up content for both of you, Anurita, you and Mr. Srivastava both? Are you going to be spending enough monies on it? Do you think there is scope there, where something plays on TV and then you want to catch up the same episode on these OTT platforms? Is it a good opportunity there, or is it just something you can overlook? Catch-up content.
Would you like to go first, Mr. Srivastava?
Go ahead.
All right. So again, going back to what we've been saying, which is it totally depends on the content. If it has repeat viewability potential, it could be events. It could be marquee sports events where people will come back and watch maybe highlights. It could be, movie events. Of course, there is repeat viewing. So just like you would evaluate it from a TV perspective, that you estimate a certain TVR for fresh content, and then you estimate a slightly lesser, and it's like a downward curve. That's exactly the kind of maths that you do in terms of, yes, there'll be a certain traction, and accordingly you figure out whether it makes sense to your overall strategy or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Srivastava, you want to talk about it?
Yeah, so surely we will. We do look at on repeat content as well. So catch-up content, as you say, yes, it depends on the content, as well as I think the financial part of it, because you do have one of the advantages of OTT is that you can do catch-up. So that is the thing which also makes it a lot of viewers come there for that purpose also. So yes, we do look at it. But for me, the more exciting part is when the 5G technology comes in, and you can have immersive streaming happening, maybe live content happening. That's something which really exciting me, because once you have the bandwidth, normally if you stream 4K videos, you require 30 Mbps. But if you have live, then you require 60. I think we are getting there technologically. That is going to open a lot of advertising opportunities, I believe, and I think that's what we are all excited about. That's what makes OTT the really evolving platform it is.
You're talking about technology and reach. You have an audience base in both rural and urban India, and there's this explosion of vernacular content. So tell me, would you want to put in your money in a Hotstar which has sufficient amount of vernacular content, or those vernacular only OTT platforms which have emerged like Hoichoi or Sun Next, which are more beneficial according to you?
Yes, so I think those vernacular ones are evolving also. The interesting part is, when I mentioned about the cross-visiting across platforms, it is much lesser for vernaculars, the platforms which have vernacular content. Yes, so surely for a brand like ours, which we have a lot of selling happening in areas which are more localized in that sense. At the moment, OTT subscribers, a large base is still urban, a large base. But the nature of the platform makes it possible to do that geo targeting very, very easily. And I think that is also as we go along, when we get good content in vernacular, and we are getting almost every day we have news that something is coming up in the vernacular OTT platform. I think that would give us advertisers many more options, and surely Maruti Suzuki will look at that, because we are a brand which have sales across the geography of the country.
Fabulous. And coming back to the media experts, tell me, how does one, we spoke about how it shouldn't be upper funnel, bottom funnel, all of that. But can we increase engagement on OTT? I think Netflix had way back in 2019 had started something with Black Mirror, where the viewer could control the ending of the show based on his preferences, and that really did engage with their audiences better. Can we do something like that with advertisers as well? Wherein it's you can ensure that audiences are watching and reacting.
No, absolutely. I think a lot of the ideas, in fact, were discussed earlier as well. Especially when we're working on branded content, you can bring in a lot of innovations and to drive engagement. It could be even things like you could scan a QR code during the course of the show, and then you can interact on your mobile, play a quiz on your mobile. So there are multiple ways in which you can drive engagement. You may call me a traditionalist in that sense, but if there is a pure piece of content which is just entertainment and not branded content, which is also entertainment, you create branded content from an entertainment perspective, I would, as far as possible, make the brand integration natural and subtle and write it into the story. As long as the brand plays a role in the story, it embellishes the story and it embellishes the brand both. I think that's the challenge so if you ask me, you need to go back into writing versus saying, let's do this innovation from a tech perspective. So if you want brands to start featuring in content in a manner where they add to the story and suddenly the story adds to the brand, we should start writing, and which is what we've started doing. Actually, we have done about 3 shows in Tamil recently where we had brands coming into the show, but we got into that phase when we were writing the episodes, we were writing the brand into the episodes as a part of the story rather than as an afterthought. Okay. And I guess, which means automatically it requires a lot of planning. It's a more strategic engagement, like Shashank and Amrita both said earlier. You want to choose the content that you want to associate with. So all those decisions start coming in. So it's a more involved decision than just advertising on a piece of content, right? So I guess to drive more engagement, you will need to plan ahead of time, and you will need to obviously put a lot more effort to be able to do that.
Okay. Pratik, you want to add to that?
So Neeta, we've already done it. We've already created interactive content where you can make brand choices as you keep moving on. This is something that way back in 2019, we did it for brands. We could not do it on OTT platforms at that particular point in time because, like I said, OTT platforms did not have the technology to allow for decisions to be made on the fly. We use the branded content and we ran it on social media platforms so that brands are able to make these decisions. So innovation is already happening in the branded content space. Like I said in my previous answer, we're waiting for the technology and the products on the OTT platforms to catch on with the kind of innovations that we can therefore suggest to them. And what Ashwin is saying is fairly correct, because the construct of the way content creators and advertisers are working, right, has to change massively. It usually is that you create an IP and take it to advertisers. Advertisers say that we're interested. We're now getting into spaces where advertisers are commissioning IPs, which is a very different space than integrating with already existing IPs, right? So once you're commissioning the IP, then you're writing for that particular brand. The perspective completely changes, the writing completely changes, the integration completely changes. And so, for me, the shorthand of what we're discussing today is that it's obviously evolving at multiple levels, right? We're talking about, looking into the future and looking into what it holds. But different players, the advertiser, the content creator, the OTT or the technology provider, will all have to play substantial roles in being able to push it in a certain direction. And we'd all, as a collective, have to try lots of things, fail, and understand what is actually working. We're just sitting in that juncture of evolution. We're probably expecting it to happen a lot faster than it can. That's my only fear at all ends.
Okay, we are kind of running short on time. So I have this one last question to ask, or rather feedback to give. So, world over, there's this constant battle between TV viewership and OTT. A lot of markets have already evolved. OTT reigns there. Even in India, a lot of my friends, have completely given up on their DTH, connections and subscribe to multiple OTT platforms. So basically, to quote a dialogue from the film Diwar, OTT के पास rising internet proliferation है, video on demand option है, appointment viewing की जरूरत नहीं है, advertisers भी है, TV के पास क्या है? One line response from all of you. Anurita, you go first.
Heritage and metrics.
Okay. Ashwin?
I would say OTT भी TV है.
Okay. And Prateek?
I would say habit hai. Habit.
Okay, but habit to change कर सकते हैं.
हम change कर सकते हैं, right? Like, but there is a whole population out there for whom TV is the centerpiece of the house, which will take a while to change. And I think, like Mr. Srivastava said, I don't think we need to compete. I think we're all going to eat out of a growing pie. I don't think that we need to be. I don't think we need to be the ants trying to pull each other down. I think we need to all be trying to create a honeycomb that we can all eat out of. So I'm not competing at all. So TV ke paas digital hai is all I will say, and digital ke paas TV hai is all I will say in that context.
Okay, on that note, PwC 2020 reports that India is currently the fastest growing OTT market in the world, expected to touch revenues to the tune of $2.9 billion. We've seen OTT gaining at the expense of cinemas last year. But like Prateek said, we should not be competing within the platforms. But still, I want to say I'm really, really curious to see how soon it will give TV a proper run for its money. And before it becomes a preferred choice of entertainment for the country. And thank you so much, everybody, for joining us, and especially the panelists for making this such an interesting discussion. Thank you, and stay safe, everybody.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you once again to all our panelists, and thank you, Neeta, for steering that very interesting conversation. I'm sure all our viewers have gained some perspective from this. Moving forward, before we go towards our next panel discussion here, let's take a small break, take a breather, take all that information that you've just received, sink in, and we will take a break here and play our partners AV along with e4m Audiovisual. Can we have the AV, please?
Elevator straight to the penthouse. It only goes one way, and it ain't.
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोलाक.
Take it to the top. Yeah, take it to the top. Take it straight to the top. Yeah, take us to the top. We're going up, we feel the rush. Oh yeah, come on now. Take it to the top. Yeah, take it to the top. Take it straight to the top.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second edition of Exchange for Media Play Streaming Media Conference. This evening, we'll also be making metal announcements for all those exceptional performances from video content to podcast to brand integration. E4m Play aims at honoring content and recognizing talent. So stay tuned with us and also do not forget to keep tweeting using the hashtag E4m Play, E numerical 4M Play. We'd love to hear your thoughts and your key insights from the session so far. We'd love to hear from all of you. And coming up are some very interesting sessions that are coming up for all of you. The next coming up is a topic, how is technology shaping the future of streaming? We have stalwarts from the streaming platforms, technology giants, of course, coming forward to speak on the topic. After which we also have a celebrity panel where we will talk about how OTT has it democratized creativity and stardom. And post which we will have the dynamics and diversity of OTT content. So lots of good information coming your way. Stay tuned with us. Coming up next, we have, like I've mentioned, how is technology shaping the future of streaming panel discussion here. And stalwarts of the industry joining us on this panel are Mr. Lokesh Chauhan, Chief Technology Officer, Eros Now, Sid Mantri, Senior Vice President Product, MX Player, Rohit Tikmani, Head of Product and Growth, Viacom 18 Digital Ventures, Mr. Pankaj Kedia, Managing Director, Emerging Markets, Dolby Laboratories, and chairing this session is Aditi Olman, Co-founder and Head of Marketing, Myelin Foundry. A very warm welcome to all of you. I request all our panelists and our session chair to please switch on their camera and mics and join us on screen. Eagerly waiting to hear from all of you on this very pertinent topic that our viewers will definitely take some key takeaways from. Once again, a very warm welcome and thank you for joining us this afternoon. Aditi, I'd leave the screen to you.
Thank you very much, Kathy, and thanks for the warm introduction. I hope I am audible.
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you very much. We have an amazing panel here today, and I'm really looking forward to this session. Definitely technology is the most exciting topic to discuss about today, not just in OTT, but in all streams where we are seeing how the pandemic today is accelerating the adoption of technology across industries, across verticals, but OTT and video streaming is specifically very, very exciting because all of us live and breathe content, video, and it's an essential part of our lives. But while we talk about this growth story, we talk about the next 500 million that is now coming onto OTT platforms. We're talking about tier 2, tier 3 growth and the stellar growth overall that we are seeing in OTTs. It's also important to talk about what are those challenges that each one of you are facing while enabling this growth into tier 2, tier 3, and even rural India. And how are you going about tackling those challenges? I think I would like to start with Rohit to get your views on what are those challenges, how are you tackling them, and what do you see as challenges even going forward as rural India also comes on board into the OTT bandwagon?
Different parts of our business have different challenges when in our journey into the hinterland. For the subscription part of our business, access to banking is an issue, basically enabling rural users to make payments. For the advertising part of our business, the usual connectivity latency challenges abound. In general, the prices of smartphones are still out of reach of the next billion users, so to speak. We've been hearing of promises of 2,000 rupee smartphones and 3,000 rupee smartphones for a long time now, but they really don't cut ice. It's a decent OTT experience can be only had on a 4, 5, 6,000, 7,000 rupee device still. So yeah, typically these three would be the top challenges: access to payments, digital payments, access to high quality networks, and access to high quality devices.
Great, thanks, Rohit. And you talk about digital payments. Do you also see a lot more partnerships happening on that space to enable better, smoother transition into digital payments? Or do you see other kinds of solutions such as actually, relying more on cash cards? I do know that there are a few regional OTTs that have sort of looked at actually using cash vouchers for users in areas where digital payments is a difficulty. What do you see as that trend happening in the digital payment space?
I think telco partnerships are the path of least resistance. Is the path of least resistance. Cash, we haven't really explored. We've been seeing cash cards in India for the last 15, 20 years, but never really thought about it that much, to be honest.
Thanks, Rohit. Sid, would love to hear your views. Of course, MX Player, primarily being an AVOD player, has been doing phenomenal in terms of watch time and getting viewers to actually come back to the platform. But what are those challenges that you are facing for scale?
I was about to say we kind of solved the payments and access to banking problem by making our content free. So I think for us, the biggest problem has been cost of data and data connectivity and data penetration. It's a big focus area for us. I think a lot of our customers, especially tier 2, tier 3 cities, they tend to live on a daily plan of 1 GB or 2 GB data. And they tend to burn it out. Like we've had so many instances where users want to consume our content, but literally run out of their quota of the data that they have on a daily basis. So that's one. I think again, telco partnerships is one way to go about it. Clearly, we live in a country where net neutrality has to be respected, and so we got to find creative ways. I think the second challenge I'll talk about is as we start, getting deep into tier 2, tier 3 India, the preference and the taste of content is very different. And there are regional preferences. There's a very, very strong, preference for region-specific content, language-specific content, and being able to cater to the diversity of preference that users have, and then being able to target it, and that's where kind of product and technology kicks in. Being able to identify those tastes and preferences, and being able to number one, generate supply from a diversity point of view, and matching that supply to the appropriate demand. I think that's where we focus a lot of our energies on.
Great, interesting. And talking about localization, there's a lot of effort going in by multiple players. Lokesh, I did read that sometime back. You've also partnered with Google Cloud for AI subtitling for regional languages also. So would love to hear from you. How do you perceive, overall the challenge of tier 2, tier 3, but also localization in particular?
Thanks for the question, Aditi. And let me first start answering the larger question, the problems that we are facing. The biggest problem, and I think I speak for most of my colleagues, is the ability to deliver content. The pipes are still small. The tier 2, tier 3 connectivity is still a problem. It's only we can cater to a certain percentage of people who clearly have a line of sight with the network. That's it. The rest of it is still awaiting. So a large part of India is still awaiting options of offline delivery and cash payments, which kind of a requirement. Right now, we're looking at a niche where people are aware of how to do things online, and we're only serving that crowd. We need to get out to the masses and say, this is available for you also. So that is where I believe the larger part of the problem solving has to happen. And it would be a very strategic option of working with the telcos, working with the government, we're working with partners on cash collection side. We have to do everything, and the whole ecosystem needs to evolve. I would say that is where the larger part of the problem is. Obviously, localization, as you mentioned, we are trying to do our best. We're trying to ensure that content localization from both subtitling and speech perspective starts happening more and more. And we don't believe going the human way is the right method now. Since we are a global service, we have to cover all geographies, and it's physically not possible to getting all those renditions and all those stuff. So that's where we are saying we will utilize technology. We're looking at partnering with multiple players just to identify which suits our need best in what markets.
Thanks, Lokesh. Absolutely. And while we are all trying to solve the problem of last mile and making sure that content can get delivered and even payments can happen for the tier 2, tier 3s, it's probably also important to look at, in the middle of all this, how, what is the quality of experience that the user is getting? Because while, we are looking to scale, we are also looking to retain customers and make sure that they come back to the platform. And, in our company also, we are looking at how can we help enhance that experience. Pankaj, in Dolby is trying to do something similar by actually looking at how can you, leverage the power of the edge device, of the consumer device to get certain experiences while maintaining continuity of video delivery and audio delivery. So would love to hear your perspective and your view into this problem.
And from our perspective, it's not a question of this versus that. It's not an or problem, it's an and problem. So while we have to scale, reach new consumers, I think how do you engage and retain the existing consumer, as you said? I mean, how can you whether monetize them better or engage them better, longer view times, increased engagement, all of that. Audio video quality has proven many a times again and again that it helps engage, increase engagement, whether it is increased view time or, a better brand connection and many other factors. So, at Dolby, we're in the business of enabling spectacular experiences, both for audio and video. And we do that by working across the entire ecosystem with content creators, with the content distributors, like we have our colleagues on this panel, and also with device manufacturers. And what we see on the device side is there has been a significant ramp up on device capabilities, both on the audio video side and not just at the premium, $1,000, $2,000, TVs and phones, but even on the $100, $150, so in Indian currency, 10,000, 12,000, those price points, both on the television and on the phone side. So the capabilities on the devices is constantly increasing. We did a pretty significant global survey, including in India last year in the middle of the pandemic. And what we found out is that over 90% of the respondents had recently upgraded or were planning to upgrade the device in the next 6 months. So device refresh is also happening very fast now. But what is being delivered to the devices a lot of times is not optimum to what the device is capable of. So one is there's a missed opportunity, and there's a mismatch in the expectation. So I think it is a mindset issue. Sure, there are challenges. Having been in this industry, having worked with many parts of the industry, including in cinema. I remember an interesting incident, or not an incident, but an instance where when we were engaging with Bollywood, creators, about 10 years ago, the mindset, the reference was this, dilapidated cinema in the middle of nowhere in a village, and with broken speakers. So let's create content that how people can hear that. But on the other hand, there was the cinema right down the road, which was state of the art. And so the references were all wrong. So, and we made that shift. We worked with them to shift that, mindset from trying to create content with broken speakers rather than, hey, create content for the best possible. But yes, let's make sure it works in the other side also. So I think this is not an or question. To me, this is an and question. And I think service providers need to factor in more about device capabilities and leverage more. I think it's at the minimum, this is a missed opportunity.
Right. Thanks, Pankaj. That's a very unique but important view that we cannot think of it as an either or. It has to be and, because we spoke about it earlier as well, while there is a need to make sure content delivery happens across the board, the viewers are also getting more and more demanding, right? Pankaj and I were discussing how today, on our small screen, we get Hollywood content and we also get Indian content, regional content on the same screen, on the same platform. So the demand of a certain quality, both from a content standpoint, but also from a quality of experience standpoint is really, really high. And so it's important to look at both of these together. Now, while we talk about all of these, why we want it to be an and answer, there's always this optimization issue that exists today, right? Because of the last mile challenge. But do you see, and I would love to hear from each one of you, your view on this. What we get to know now is that 5G is that panacea. 5G is going to solve everything, right? 5G is going to bridge all those gaps that exist, is going to bring in virtual reality streaming. And I don't know if, our dogs our dogs will start dancing in augmented reality using 5G. But, jokes apart, I would love to hear, from the actual horse's mouth, what is your expectation in the medium term, but also in the long term from 5G? Do you see it solve all of your problems? Do you see new forms of streaming emerging, or are you a little more skeptical about all that picture that is being painted? I'll actually start with Lokesh because I can see him smiling, and I'm sure he has an opinion on that.
I've got both pros and cons of 5G in my head. Like, I definitely would want self-driving cars where people don't have to do anything except for watch content on the VR set. So I should be happy about 5G coming in and everything's being so great, immersive experience, interactive experience all across. But then I have to take a step back and understand what 5G is doing in developed markets, because we also serve developed markets. And there we understand the line of sight aspect of 5G is becoming more and more important, and India might not be the best use case with that. The high concentration of city centers in India actually are far and few, whereas a large part of India resides in a very, what you would say, far away from 5G antenna scenarios. And the way 4G rollout has happened and how it has changed things, we agree to it, but the incremental change that 5G is going to bring, is it actually going to be there, is a bigger question. I personally am trying from our side that we are as ready from immersive experience perspective for 5G enabled content delivery scenarios. But it seems like it's going to take a few more years. At least from an Indian perspective, it is going to take a longer period for it to become big enough to create the impact. And I would be judicious with the dollars that I have to spend and not go all out preparing for 5G onslaught.
Right, right, absolutely. So basically, be optimistic, but also think practically as to what is the impact that you can create in the medium term. Rohit, what are your thoughts? I mean, do you see, for example, 4K becoming a reality in India in the next few years because of 5G or other advancements in the infrastructure?
4K will become a reality, 5G or no 5G. I really don't know about 5G. I ask myself, what can we do with 5G that we can't do with 4G? How better than 4G is 5G? Will people notice even? So we don't have a top-down thesis-driven approach to technology. Like we don't predict the future sitting in some room saying 5G will change the world and then start acting on it. We have a bottoms-up approach, and we pick technologies that help us get to our goals and help our customers get to theirs. So I really don't know about 5G. It could very well be just faster 4G, in which case, depending on how fast it is and whether that speed will be even discernible by end users,
Right.
may or may not matter to the OTT business.
True, and there's also, basically the point that 5G might just be a lot more useful for industrial use cases, industrial IoT, versus actually, for consumers. But Sid, I would want to hear your view, and especially from the point of view that MX Player also has Takatak, which is sort of the short form video content platform, and which is fueling, I think, the next generation of video consumption. So how do you see not just 5G, but newer infrastructure? How do you see that supporting the short form video revolution, if I may put it that way? I think you're on mute, Sid.
Sorry about that. My son just walked into my room, so I muted. It's a really good question. One of the reasons why I'm excited about waking up in the morning and do what I do is because a perk we enjoy is we kind of get to live and invent the future in so many ways. So I think the bigger problem is really data consumption quotas or data consumption capacity and the cost. Like I said earlier, I think 5G will help in terms of enrich the quality of video that users get to watch for the same amount of data consumption. But we've kind of solved the challenges we have today when it comes to speed and data, because we're the first OTT in the world who's commercially launched H.266. It's cutting down size of video as well as bandwidth requirements to about 50%. Those savings go all the way to 70% when you go into HD content, 720p, 1080p content. So I think 5G will help enhance the user experience, because for the same amount of data consumed, the users will be in a position to get significantly better quality of content. As we also push the boundaries of the codecs that we use, along with the speed efficiency that 5G brings in. I think the second part is, you mentioned 4K content. I think 4K content is a bit of a urban phenomenon in India right now, and I don't expect that to change, because the devices and the equipment or the infrastructure you need to consume 4K content, needs to get cheaper and more accessible. And it remains to be seen whether the pace at which mobile consumption of content is growing, when that plateaus, versus the pace at which that 4K capable television that costs significantly more and not everyone can afford it. And in addition to the fact that the television becomes a very constraining consumption experience. because it's not personal enough. I think where we find the strongest growth is where entertainment is very personal and is completely at your discretion. Television, access to television tends to be a communal experience, and it's not at your own individual discretion. So it remains to be seen whether that kind of kicks off in a big way. I think we're probably some time away from that happening. But the mobile consumption kind of going at breakneck speed and will continue going at breakneck speed because it's a very, very personalized experience, not just the technology, but even the access to entertainment every user has.
Absolutely. And, a very valid point that it's not, I mean, while the 4K living room is an urban, exciting but urban phenomenon, mobile consumption is just growing at a breakneck pace and will continue to do so. And Pankaj, would love to hear your views on that because from Dolby's end, you are trying to really create experiences now, not just in living room, but also on mobile. So how do you see this playing out with newer infrastructure coming in? What is your view on 5G or on infrastructure being developed better? We did speak about it and you mentioned that you do believe that a lot of current problems will be solved, but would love to hear your views on the same.
So I think two parts to that answer. So yeah, I'm pretty bullish on 5G. I mean, luckily in Singapore they've rolled out 5G. I get over 300 Mbps on my phone on 5G. So it's pretty amazing. It kind of equals what I get at home with the fiber connection at home. So it's very to me 5G yes will enable some new use cases, whether it's VR or AR, but how mainstream they will be, I think needs to be seen. We need to see how the consumer adoption is going to be. But I do think being wireless, it will have advantage for markets like India. India has always done well with wireless connectivity, and I think there in terms of solving our existing challenges of content delivery in a robust, reliable, and high-speed manner, I think there's going to be a lot of advantages that's going to come with that. And I mean, one thing we have to also remember is 5G is very evolving right now. There are services being rolled out, but there's a lot of work happening on the innovation, the evolution of 5G. So it's not at a point where we say, no, this is 5G and this is what's going to get rolled out. There are standards being written today. There are new use cases being developed for 5G. There is experimentation happening on broadcast type linear delivery over 5G, which can go mass. So you don't have to send one stream to a million streams of the same thing to a million people. You can do broadcasting type linear distribution, which works on phones and other places. I think 5G, yes, in terms of the wireless access, does it really open up opportunities in the home? I think yes, there's an exciting possibility there because we obviously know the broadband penetration is limited right now. So can that open up? So I think that's on the 5G. I'm pretty bullish, but I'm more bullish on our existing challenges getting solved and the around content delivery and experiences getting resolved. And I'm sure there are going to be new use cases, but I think one needs to watch and see what. I mean, there's been a lot of excitement about 3D and VR, but they haven't really become mainstream so far. So that needs to be seen. I think the comment on the screen, what we have seen over the years, and we've done this for a long time, is what we have seen consumers usually would choose the largest screen that they have access to. Now, it's possible that a young kid, may not have access to the TV screen in the home. That's totally possible. But when they have access to a certain screen, they will usually choose a larger screen. Now, it used to be the cinema. It used to be the living room. Now, people don't have access to the cinema. We've seen during the pandemic, the growth on home consumption on television has really increased significantly. And it's not really been at the cost of mobile. It's been in addition to mobile. So in that sense, I'm much more bullish on the living room and the large screen. And I mean, if you just look at a market like India, the price points you're getting 4K televisions at is very mainstream now. It compares to what we spend on phones or even sometimes lower than that.
Right. Absolutely. And I think, again, it's an and answer there because it also depends on the kind of content. For example, for short form content, like what we have in Takatak and other platforms, the format is such that people really enjoy watching it on a smaller screen where there's a lot more interactivity in sort of watching the content versus, let's say, if it's a more immersive kind of content like a movie. I mean, I'm talking from personal experience, right? I would like to watch a movie on a large screen, but if it's short form content, which also, by the way, is growing really, really fast. We had done a survey internally at our company, Mile Foundry. We did a survey with 1,000 people, and almost 30% actually claim that they on a daily basis actually watch short form content, which is less than 2-minute content on a daily basis, right? As the primary form of content. So definitely it is, I think it is going to be both ways. I think living room is definitely will be growing, and the pandemic is accelerating that because people are spending a lot more time at home. But short form content also from an interactive standpoint will be fueled by the mobile phone and the audience that is sort of always having access to their mobile wherever they are, right? I mean, people take a break from work and then they watch a couple of videos on these platforms also. Great insights and very, very inspiring. I can see there's a question as well for Rohit from somebody in the audience. What are the investment plans for content delivery, user experience, and security that you have at Viacom, Rohit?
Wow, that's a big question. Content delivery, user experience, and security. That's
pretty much covers everything, I think.
Everything. Investments, we make investments, like I said, in a bottoms up, and I mean, I assume you mean investments in technology. So like I said, we have a bottoms up approach. Technology is a means to an end. And wherever there is a need to help our customers get to their goals or our business to get to ours, we don't hesitate to invest in technology in all those 3 areas and more.
Great, thanks, Rohit. I hope the question was answered. I don't have the person's name who had asked the question, but thanks for the question. I also just generally, I'm sure everybody in the audience is curious to know. While we're talking about so many different key priority topics, we would love to know, for each one of you as a product and technology leader, when you wake up in the morning and you're thinking about work, what are those 3 priority things that you have that you're, either firefighting or innovating on? Those top 3 things that come to your mind. Lokesh, would like to start with you.
Sab chal raha hai kya? That's the first thing that you check in the morning. Any random alerts that you have missed because you have put your phone on silent to get a sound sleep is definitely there. That's typically the start of the day. But then things move along. So there's a BAU aspect. You just check on things of what is the progress of things that is already going on and outgoing, releases and roadmap and this and that. But then the other priorities obviously is innovation. You have to understand the way things are evolving, how markets are moving, how certain breakthroughs are happening on a regular basis, and see, does that use case apply to this industry? Does that make sense to invest in any of those, what you would say, innovations, either building it, licensing it, or co-building it? Either of those situations, we have to have our eyes and ears completely open all the time for hearing news around anything to do with video, at least. And anything beyond video is obviously there.
Right. And when you talk about innovation, what is a time frame that you look for outcomes? Because obviously, from industry to industry, it's very different. But for OTT, what is that turnaround time that you look for outcome from investments in innovation?
So typically a quarter out. A lot of things typically take at least a month-long effort to build in-house or with vendor partners. And then you have a typical cycle of releasing on beta for internal QA consumption and seeing. So typically for most features that we envision now can go out, or innovations that we should invest now and see a possible release cycle, it's a quarter out.
Okay, interesting. Sid, what about you? What's the usual day like in terms of your priorities at MX?
Yeah, it's a great question. I tend to think about it in terms of what is it that gets me excited, get out of bed in the morning. or what is it that I go to bed with thinking about, can't wait to get up the next morning and continue, these things that I have to put a pause to just because the body's going to get rest. I think there are three things I wake up with that are always top of my head. First one is getting a pulse of the customer. And so, we cannot do a daily report on, what the App Store ratings saying. We measure NPS at a very regular basis and going through those reports. And so getting a pulse of the customer, we do fairly frequent user research studies. And so all the different channels through which we get to, listen to customers, observe how they use a product. That's number one. Number two is how we create differentiation and value for our customers, and technology is a means to achieving that end. So how do we push the boundaries of technology with the skill set and the tools available to us, and create differentiation and keep widening that differentiation in terms of value we accrue to customers. We think about customers in three dimensions. And I think of all these three as my customers: the end users, the content creators, whether it is publishers who are creating content on Takatak, user-generated content, or whether it's studios producing premium content. And the third one is the business itself and how we monetize the business. The business is actually my customer as well. So that's number two, how we differentiate. And the third one is as a leader, how we elevate and upskill the people that I work with, the people who work in my team. And the one thing that I kind of stress on, because I feel all other problems take care of themselves, is if we push our limits on taking pride in our craft. And so pride in craftsmanship is kind of the most important, right up there when it comes to how I help my team succeed and raise the bar.
Thanks. That's really inspiring, Sid. I hope you do get enough sleep after so much that you're handling.
Being in Singapore and being 2.5 hours ahead, it's can be very challenging because but it's almost when I go to bed is when it's peak activity in India.
Right. At least thank God you're not in the US, otherwise it'll be totally lopsided.
Crazy, yeah.
Yes. Pankaj, you're also in Singapore. I hope you get some sleep too after all the work that you're doing. But I know that you're handling emerging markets, and there's a lot of things that you're doing. Would love to hear about your priorities, about what you do on in a usual day.
I don't do well if I don't get 8 hours of sleep, so I get my sleep. Very important. But yeah, I think important priorities. Number one is people, especially right now, especially with the teams, and what's going on across the world, especially in India. So that's really top of mind. But expanding on that people piece, in better times, really thinking about how can we enable our teams? How can I enable my team to do the best work? How can we enable customers externally, whether it's a creative or it's a technician or it's it's a manufacturer? How do we enable them? So enablement is a big thing on my mind, and what's the role I can play personally there. And the second piece is around customers. How can we serve our customers better? And Sid talked about it. I think whether it is bringing more value to their businesses, helping them meet their objectives. What is that we can do for our customers? How can we be better partners? And I think the third piece is around connecting dots, because we are in a very unique position that we work with a very large cross-section of customers. I mean, it's a tall statement, but we pretty much work with everybody in the industry, from everybody who makes every device, from everybody who distributes every piece of content, and people who create that content. So we are working with a very large cross-section of the industry. And we have people who have deep relationships in each of those areas. And I think we bring some unique value in trying to be able to connect those dots together. So I think those three.
Great. It's really great to hear that, technology and customer are two of the things that is common across the board, and which rightfully should be, because OTT is highly, highly dependent on technology in terms of actually the infrastructure itself and the ability to actually deliver certain experiences, but also the customer being in the center of everything. Rohit, you've been an entrepreneur, and you're currently the head of product and growth. I'm sure you bring in an entrepreneurial spirit into what you're handling right now. What's your day like? What do you focus on?
Well, every day is different, but there are a bunch of things that always play on my mind. Mostly, let's say, from an outside in perspective, the quant metrics for our viewers, advertisers, our business, from a qual stuff, keeping a finger on the pulse of the sector, on the consumer. This is like you continuously pay, partial attention to these things. But the thing that these days, especially, I'm spending most time on is inside out stuff like team happiness and their growth and alignment with stakeholders, especially in this remote work from home situation, how the culture is shaping up, things like that, really. So, yeah, outside in, inside out. And regarding the entrepreneurial part, when I was an entrepreneur, I did my job professionally. As a professional, I bring entrepreneurial spirit to the work. So it's really doesn't matter who owns the shares of the company. You've got to do a job and do a good job of delivering value to your users, investors, partners, everyone.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Great. Thanks so much, Rohit. I know we have about 5 minutes to 6 minutes to go, but I do have, because this is a panel talking about technology trends. We did talk a lot about the challenges, about how we are trying to overcome them. We talked about 5G, but I would love to know from each one of you, what is that one trend that's super exciting to you personally, and you really would put your money behind it? Pankaj, I'd start with you. What do you think is that trend that you're already seeing happening, and how has the pandemic impacted that, in terms of acceleration, or has it slowed it down? Would love to hear from you.
I think as we've spoken, I mean, the pandemic has accelerated things. I mean, and then the obvious thing what we spoke about, there's increased consumption, there is better devices, better engagement. But I think talking about the one trend that I'm personally very excited about is actually audio, because there has never been more interest in audio than there is right now. I mean, if you look at Clubhouse, you look at podcasting, you look at music, it's just never been more important. And, I mean, just the people that are getting behind it, the quality of content that's coming out. We are working with a very interesting company in India. They're a startup. It's called Earshot. It's a podcast service, and they do scripted drama on podcast, and it's just stunning content. And the fun thing is that they're doing it in vernacular languages like Bhojpuri and Assamese, very different from the typical urban type of content creator that we would kind of usually work with. So it's very interesting, and I think the whole audio space is very exciting, and it's just the start of where things are right now. So I'm very excited about audio itself. I mean, it's strange that we come back the full circle and go back to audio, but I mean, I think there's a lot of excitement around audio right now.
Absolutely, it's just exciting how audio has picked up. It's always been an immersive form of content, I would say. It's just not been explored to the extent audio video together has been. But now you can see with so many podcasts going viral and millions of followers, it's definitely a great trend, and it's only going to keep growing. Thanks, Pankaj. That's very interesting. Lokesh, what about you? What is that one thing one trend that you'd put your money behind?
Actually, that's more like working with Dolby.
Awesome.
The immersive experiences that we constantly believe are going to be the real talking point of consumer experience. The large screen with immersive audio or HDR content in itself, that is where the world is headed. I mean, obviously, as Sid and you both talked about that, the 4Ks of the use cases are very urban right now, but investment in content creation has to happen now so that you have a sensible enough library 3 to 4 years down the line.
Right.
So investing in creating the right library, investing in a pipeline to ensure the content essentially is available with those bindings now itself is something that we are very excited with. And we are going to constantly push towards newer standards. We're constantly working with partners specifically to ensure that we are not left behind the curve and later we are just trying to find how do I upscale audio, how do I upscale video, and kind of do a catch up. This is not the time to, wait and then see what happens. This is happening. People are going to buy new TVs. People are going to buy new amazing sound bars and surround systems. And if you are not providing the content which is enjoyable in that, probably going to remain a mobile only player in a tier 2 market.
Right, absolutely. That's a great point. I think, the devices world is always, running very faster than the rest of the world. It's, I think, important for the content world to also catch up and be able to provide those experiences that the devices are capable of, whether it's our mobile phones or our televisions, all kinds of devices that we're watching on. Great point, Lokesh. Rohit, would love to hear from you as well. What's your personal favorite in terms of a trend that you're seeing has caught up recently and you think would really accelerate going forward?
Sure, there are a few, but if I were to put my money on one, it would be on synthetic media, synthetic audio, synthetic video. I think it's so we are at the top of the current S curve. There's only so much time shifting, place shifting of existing filmed entertainment you can do. I think the next S curve starts with synthetic media. So yeah.
Right, very exciting. Absolutely. Sid, my personal favorite in terms of trend is actually interactive video, and I know MX Player has dabbled with that as well with right click. But I would want to know what is that one trend that you see happening and you are very excited about?
You just stole my answer, Aditi. Yeah, we're very excited about interactive video. But if I can generalize that, I think from a trend point of view, one thing I'm going to call out is what the pandemic has done, especially in India, is it has created digital literacy for a very different segment of users. Like the 40 to 60-year-old segment, like my dad and my mom, who would typically depend on me for all of their technology needs. The pandemic has forced them to learn it all by myself, or to learn it all by themselves. My mom did her first digital banking transfer a couple of days back, because although it was available to her for so many years and we were pestering her to do it, she would insist on physically stepping out and getting it done. Maybe it was her way of getting some exercise or whatever, but she didn't have a choice now. And so that lack of choice has catapulted and accelerated digital literacy in a segment of users that wouldn't have never happened if not for the pandemic. But I think from going back to the other answer, the other part of the answer, I think entertainment, especially video-led entertainment, has for the longest time just not changed. It's always been like two-dimensional. Maybe there's attempts to make it three-dimensional, but it's still very passive consumption. So interactive flavors of video, whether it is the interactive video, which was not linear in its storyline that we launched on MX a couple of months back, or whether it is short form video that tends to be a lot more interactive, where the user is clearly commenting, liking, following a publisher. We've enabled P2P chat, and we have communities and conversations happening in the context of short form video. I think that interactive element and social element to consuming content and transitioning users from passive consumption to active consumption, I think that's the one I'm really excited about, because it has untapped potential. We hardly scratched the surface.
Great, thank you so much, Sid. Very interesting. I'm glad you were able to get your mother to use digital banking. It's still a nightmare for me to get my dad to do that. So very happy that that's happened. And thank you very much, all panel members. I think we've reached 45 minutes and it's been so engaging. I just didn't realize time has passed. Thank you for getting together. I think I had a lot of fun discussing with you, and I hope to continue these discussions offline as well. Over to you, Kathy.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much to all our panelists for your time and insights here. Thank you, Aditi, for steering this very interesting conversation at E4M Play 2nd edition. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you have joined the online buzz on Twitter using the hashtag E4M Play. We'd love to hear from all of you, your key takeaways from the session so far. Coming up next is a celebrity panel where we are going to talk about, has OTT democratized creativity and stardom? We know of so many great actors who have become a household name through some very great content on OTT platforms. And some of them are going to be joining us on this next panel. So I hope all of you are set and ready for it. I'm just going to quickly take a rain check on if all our panelists are here. But till then, let's take a look at our partners audiovisual. We'll once again like to thank our partners for this edition of E4M Play Streaming Media Conference. The conference is co-powered by Voot in association with Mylan Foundry, Everything AI, Anything Creative. Let's take a look at the audiovisuals of our partners.
In my elevator, straight to the penthouse. It only goes one way every day.
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोलाक.
Take it to the top. Yeah, take it to the top. Take it straight to the top. Yeah, take us to the top. We're going up. We feel the rush. Oh yeah, come on now. Take it to the top. Yeah, take it to the top. Take it straight to the top. Yeah, take us to the top. Here we go now, straight to the top.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
So once again, I'd like to welcome all of you to the second edition of E4M Play Streaming Media Conference. And I'm sure a lot of you have been awaiting this particular session because, of course, we have the stalwarts from the industry talking about whether OTT has democratized creativity and stardom. So many names have become household names through OTT platforms. Request everybody to please stay on mute. Thank you. Yes, OTT has made some stars come up and rise in from the clutter, from the television and other mediums. And some of them are here on this very panel as well. You've heard the names, Manvi Gagru. Yes, you've heard the name Pratik Gandhi, Mostly Sane also coming on OTT platform, Mithila Palkar, so many names like these that you are familiarized with because of the content on OTT. And here to talk about the same on this panel, we have with us, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming them, Apurva Asrani, a famous screenwriter and editor who's screenwritten for Shahid, Aligarh and Criminal Justice while edited Satya, Shahid and Made in Heaven. We also have on the panel Somendra Padhi, film director Jamtara and Budhia Singh. And as I've mentioned, we have with us the lovely Manvi Gagru, actor for Four More Shots Please, Ujra Chaman, Shubh Mangal, Zyada Saudhan, TVF Tripling and Pictures, No One Killed Jessica. I'm sure you're familiar with all the work that she's done on different mediums. We also have with us, from the fame of Scam 1992, the Harshad Mehta story, Pratik Gandhi, who's also been part of Beyar and Wrong Side Raju. And chairing this session is Sukesh Nayak, Chief Creative Officer, Ogilvy, India. If you'd like to pose any questions, don't forget to tweet to us using the hashtag E4MPlay. We'd love to hear from all of you and create that online buzz. Thank you so much for all our panelists and our session chair for joining us this evening. A very warm welcome to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon first, and I hope everyone's well. It's really lovely to have you all together here. It's fantastic to see you all. And let's get on with this. And I think the first question, very obvious question, which is the, has OTT truly democratized this entire, the shows, the stories and the stardom? What do you all think? And let's ask you, Manvi, first. Let's start with you. What do you think about that?
Most definitely, internet by definition is a democratic medium. That's for sure. But and because anybody who has access to the internet has the ability to put out content and become a content creator and find themselves an audience that they might not otherwise have access to. But having said that, I feel that because it's a democratic medium, it also suffers from the trappings of a democratic system, which are that merit is still a far cry from being your sole purpose for watching something or creating content, or in the sense that, like, for example, yes, it has the democratic part has come into the entry end. Like, when we talk about entry into the industry, then yes, it has opened up doors that weren't otherwise open to a lot of the people. That's for sure. But the system is still the same. The currency has changed. Like, instead of box office collections, it's now number of views or number of followers. But it's still not merit, unfortunately.
Fair. That's a very interesting point. I never looked at it that way, but very interesting point. Prateek, what about you? What do you think?
I think, I guess, yes, it has democratized the way entertainment industry operates. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been with you discussing this thing. I wouldn't have been a part of this panel otherwise, because I guess one series and it changed my life. I had been in this industry. I was trying to get my bit somewhere from last 16 years. And it was just last year when I got scammed, things changed for me. And people actually felt that this is my first project, but this is the project that I got after 16 years of work on stage and here and there in regional cinema. So yeah, I guess OTT changed a lot of things for actors like me.
That's wonderful. That's true. And again, I just want to tell Manvi, I've seen some of your stuff. I've been watching your stuff on TV of days. So I just want to say that, I think the stories that are being told, that's the beauty of truly democratic medium. When you really opened up the system altogether, I would have never, as a writer, as a creative person.
No, I don't take that away from OTT at all. I mean, for sure, OTT has given work to not just actors, to writers, to directors, to technicians that were extremely talented and had been working in the industry for long but hadn't got their due, or directors whose only option was to make a film, and they weren't getting to make a film, and they managed to make either a film for OTT or convert it into a series. So there's no doubt that has happened, but I'm just saying, in terms of sustainability.
You mean to say the measuring index of success has changed from the currency has changed from box office numbers to number of views, right? But I think that's a different.
I just don't know how sustainable this because right now it's pretty novel. It's still, maybe now it's reaching a point of stability, but till about a year ago, it was still very nascent, like OTT as a concept. So obviously it was open to a lot of experimentation in terms of stories, in terms of format.
I personally want to say that, I personally as a creator, I think that the kind of work, the stories and the way they've been told, it's just remarkable. We were on the other panel sometime back and, just to discuss Scam. It was amazing that it was there in every category. I just saw it in cinematography, in editing. I was like, amazing, So it's just not, I think one is story, but I just saw the beauty of what Balki were talking about, and we just said that it's amazing that it's across categories. So that means probably the best technician, the people with the best craft have come together to create something so wonderful. Right. So that's one. Sorry, I'll just go back to others. Hi, Apurva. What do you think? You've been doing this from a young age, man. I mean, Satya, I was like, you started way back, right? So what do you think about that? Your journey is the most interesting. You started, I think you were out of college, right? When you did this? You're on mute, sorry. Can't hear you. You're on mute.
Hi. No, I was not out of college. I was still in college.
Wow.
When credit goes to Ram Gopal Verma, actually, to pick somebody who's still studying. But I think I kind of agree with Prateek here. The very reason many of us are being celebrated today, is truly because of OTT. I've always pursued offbeat stories or stories that maybe have a slightly darker element. We did Shahid, Aligarh, City Lights. I did this film, Waiting. Lots of lovely little films and stuff. But to be very honest with you, filmmakers like myself or the directors like Hansal and Anu, who made these films, were always considered to be on the fringes. Yeah. It was almost like they were doing us some sort of a favor by letting us make films and then saying, "Bhai, वैसे बनाते नहीं हैं, मतलब बना रहे हो तो बनाओ, but what's the point? Why do you even exist?" And we need to exist. Our stories need to exist. If it doesn't give you box office, our stories actually are important stories for people to discuss. It might be 10, 20 people. They'll talk to 10, 20 people who'll talk to 20 people, and thus, the message does go across. But what has happened now, the kind of disappointment that I felt when I saw 12 people watching Shahid and 20 people watching Aligarh in the cinema. So when we did Criminal Justice for Hotstar, which I wrote, I was somewhere expecting a similar kind of a response to it, because it's a story that deals with marital abuse and rape, and it has that gets has dark elements in it. So every time I would get news from either Sameer Nair from Applause or the head of Hotstar, and how well the show is doing and how people are talking about it, and then people reaching out to me, I would never believe that this kind of a story has reached so many people. And then I understand why a film like Aligarh, which was didn't have bums on seats in the audience, but so many people have watched it privately in their own homes. So there's something about watching it privately, taking out that whole community experience thing, that allows you to immerse into stories that you probably cannot watch comfortably with a whole bunch of people. If you want to cry, you'll cry, pause, you'll pause, come back to it. So yeah, I think it's been a fantastic leap.
Super. Thank you for that. I love the point of, allowing you to watch the way you want to watch in your own company. And some stories are probably to be shared, and some stories that we just watch with your friends, or, or by yourself. That's brilliant. Soumendra, what do you think? I mean, fantastic stuff on Jamtara, by the way. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Brilliant story again.
I think it has truly democratized. I think 5 years down the lane, we wouldn't have actually dreamt of that stuff. So after making Budhia Singh, the problem with the industry is if somebody wants to, everybody wants to meet a famous people. If you say, I got a good actor, that good actor has to be famous. That is the problem. So after Budhia Singh, we had so many good. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Carry on. We can hear you, of course. Carry on.
So after Budhia Singh, we had so many stories, but we couldn't find those right platforms. I'm so thankful to Netflix and Viacom for giving, because Jamtara had all these new actors from NSD, FTI, and those actors that we really wanted to work with, all newcomers, and they backed us. I think OTT gives us that wing to choose, and they gave me all that freedom. We had this limited budget. I think we agree with Manvi on that, the budget thing. The currency about, because a big star still ensures that amount of money that you get paid. I'm sure the same challenge would be with scam also. But I think we have to prove so many so many times, so that people trust us. That gives us more wings for Jamtara season 2. Now we have got bigger budget. Yeah, we have got bigger budgets. So that kind of stuff. I think we have to prove enough times. But I think Stardom, that second thing, that was creativity and Stardom. I think Stardom is a different beast. I don't think it's still mostly restricted to the cinema theaters, because that Stardom always interferes with your storytelling. It is always going to interfere with the character that you want to portray. So I think we should separate the creativity and the Stardom, because they are in complete contradiction to each other. I think the characters has to suit the personality of the star. And so it is always going to interfere with the stories. But I think we are in such a good space right now. I think the kind of stories that is being pitched right now, and the kind of subjects that are being discussed, and characters that are being discussed. And I think this is a great time spent in cinema.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. I think the next question I have for you guys is, right now only we talked about some really interesting stories being told, very, very different stories, not the regular stories. Let's talk about the audience. What do you guys think about the Indian audience? Do you all feel that meter has shifted? Because I personally, if you ask me, whatever budget could be, the smallest of smallest budget, the biggest of biggest budget, nobody put money into making anything or people are watching it. So fundamentally, I believe that people have started, waiting for and wanting to see stories that are different and that tell stuff. So what do you guys think about that? All of you are actors and writers and directors. Do you feel Indian audience have started looking forward to interesting storylines which have some depth and some heft, and they actually make you think and probably feel something and not just go surface level like a rocket from the top? What do you think about that? Someone take it. Anyone who wants to go for it?
No,
Man,
definitely.
you want to start, Man? Yeah, go for it.
Definitely, like audience, because they're also I mean, it's a very organic growth, right? Like, because they've been, if you've been feeding them the same kind of content, they will at one point get saturated and want something different, something new. I also feel that what OTT has done is that it's the reach is much larger, right? So you will find your audience. You will and it doesn't matter what the concept of your show is. It like you said, that there's a whole gamut of different kinds of shows. There are action violent shows, there are fluffy like feel good shows, there are music based shows, there are real life event based shows. I mean, so there's a whole array of that. I feel also what has happened is, like, I personally, for example, because I'm spoiled for choice when I'm watching something, when I'm an audience member, I'm so spoiled for choice. My tolerance for bad quality content has gone down terribly. Like, I can't, if I'm watching something and it does not engage me in the first 15 minutes, I just switch it off and turn on to something else. And I'm sure it's happening across the board.
Yeah, I want to add something to what Manvi is saying. I mean, it happens a lot with me as well. It's like all those books that you buy and you promise yourself that you're going to read, and it just lies on your bookshelf. But I've also noticed something, Manvi, which is very interesting, is that shows that I rejected. Rejected is the wrong word. I got bored of. See, maybe 2 years ago. But I'm in a different place in my life right now. And the beauty of this whole OTT space, which we really need to talk about, is that the shelf life of all these things is for posterity.
Yeah, it's posterity.
That book is there on that shelf when you feel ke, I'm feeling like this right now, and let me go back and us samay dark samajh mein nahi aayi thi mujhe, bahut complicated thi. But currently the whole world is so complicated that now I'm thinking very differently. So you go back to that show. So when we were tracking the numbers, which I'm guilty of doing on this show, so somebody told me, said, you don't need to do this here, because you cannot quantify the success of your show by Friday box office or weekend box office numbers. The life is actually very, very, very long of the show. So you watch something, you like it, you sample it. In a movie or saying 15 minutes mein bahut slow hai yaar, bahut boring hai yaar, you don't want to do it. But here you can actually pause it, go get yourself that drink or that thing, come back and watch it.
Or even like 2 years later, you can come back to it, thinking, hey, you know what? Let me try that again. Yeah.
True. Yeah.
No, that's true, because I tell you what, I saw 4G after ages. Can you imagine? I mean, I brought it back from God knows where, because I ran out of things to see. And suddenly I went back saying I want to watch it again. I ended up seeing 3-4 episodes back to back. I mean, I think it's also given self life to things that probably wouldn't have come back. Also, they're all. It's a great library of stuff, and you can just keep choosing for wherever you want to. But I think the as an audience, because you see, whatever was made earlier, I don't think it was because of somebody wanted to make it. Because it was people wanted to see that kind of stuff. So let's also give them. Nobody wanted to make anything. Just because I want to make it and there's nobody to watch it. So if today things are being made...
I beg to disagree. Please meet Mr. Ram Gopal Verma. Ram Gopal Verma, among other filmmakers, has always made what he's wanted to make. Right from where he's doing Satya, he's doing Shiva, to where he's doing Ram Gopal Verma Ki Aag. There are, I mean, a lot of us actually want to tell stories and pursue stories that we don't even know whether people are. And I feel OTT, still people are willing to take a little bit more chance, because in terms of your
That's
budget,
the best. I think the risk factor.
Yeah,
the risk
like
factor
you
is
said
higher.
earlier, because you feel like you're sitting at home, you don't feel like it's being forced down your throat, right? You're watching at your own will. So and you feel you have that liberty to turn it off if you don't like it. You're not paying specially for it. I mean, you're paying for the platform in itself, but you're not buying a ticket and going there and paying $500 for popcorn and all of that, where you feel like the movie owes you something. Better pay you the money back. Yeah. Sorry, Prateek, you were saying something.
Yeah.
What for you, Prateek?
I was saying that there was an audience for everything earlier also. It is just that it was difficult for people to reach out to those people.
Correct.
That's wonderful.
And whether audience wanted to see something different and makers wanted to make something different, it's an egg and chicken situation. कि वो देखते नहीं है तो हम बनाएं क्यों, वो बनाते नहीं है तो हम देखें कैसे.
बिल्कुल
और
सही.
इसका कोई इलाज ही नहीं था. And I'm coming from regional cinema. I know that pain. That regional cinema, any which ways, we had very limited resource. On top of it, the revenue generation possibilities were very, very limited. We hardly used to get theaters. And the moment any big film comes, you are out of the theater, even if the film is running. And apart from these, there were no satellite rights. There were no satellite possibilities. Specifically for Gujarati cinema that I'm talking about right now. It's hardly 7-8 years young cinema industry. And still struggling. With OTT platform, what happened is that people have started experimenting to another level. Like, I want to tell stories which might not be understood by the large audience.
Yeah.
And the kind of theater that also I did, we always had a very limited audience. Like, I guess around 100 people in Calcutta, 100 people in Delhi, 500 people in Gujarat, and that's the audience that we used to have earlier.
Wow,
Now,
that's wonderful.
because we were, and that was it. So I guess abhi change here hai ke there is an audience and things are reaching to them.
Correct.
So the reach has become
So
easier.
it's
I
overall
think
a
if I
win-win.
say,
Very
yeah,
easy
it's
now.
fantastic. Fantastic. I can choose what I want to watch, and I don't have to worry whether I have to go to get a theater release. I have to find the distributors and the falana dikra, all that stuff. Yeah, great. What do you think, Sovendra? What do you think about that? What's your point of
I
view?
think the OTT has come as a huge explosion, and we were not ready for this, to be honest, because people have a lot of work, and people don't have work. They don't have any work kind of work. We don't have if you see, Apurva sir will agree with me. Now would be like with so many projects, he doesn't have time to take up those projects. That we don't have the system of writers. We don't have the system of that. So we need to build those infrastructures, I think, for this explosion to get more inroads into the rural areas. That is where the 70% of the new stories are going to come. क्योंकि शहरों की story तो खत्म हो गई है, Bombay, Delhi की story खत्म हो गई है. Now we need to go to the villages, and we don't have those resources. I think neither the infrastructure is supporting us right now. Like we are looking for a Netflix series for writers, and we are unable to get a writer. Can you imagine? There was never a time like that. Writers were looking for work. Now writers, we have such amount of writers only, a dozen of writers, and we want to go to the same writers.
Yeah,
I think we need to build those.
It's wonderful to hear that creative people are like truly being sought after, and there is like a demand for it. That's the best thing that I can hear. Honestly, it's wonderful. Yes, it's really nice. I mean, it's the best thing, and I truly hope that every gets the demand. I genuinely believe that if the art form has to become better, then the people who make it better have to be truly sought after, and that's the point of view I have. One interesting question that I was thinking about is, what do you guys feel about, when the OTT started, when Netflix came in, and all the international shows? Okay, I think they were the first entry of all these big international shows coming into the country. How much of that you guys feel is the impact, or how much has that helped in people kind of opening up to wanting to see other kind of stories, and being open to, because the initial few years, if you remember, all there was all the foreign shows or
Breaking Bad and all that stuff, right?
So there were people addicted to it because they found the freedom to like Pura, you said, there were people telling stories that they wanted to, and they didn't care whether, I don't think anyone ever thought that people watch it in India one day. They never thought of it when they made it. And how much do you think that really helped, or did that play any role in the kind of the belief that we see people investing in stories in India, and the kind of stuff they're trying now, experimenting, or whatever word they want to use, being braver than before, or trying to be more courageous than before. So do you think that has played any role in helping the producers or the show creators to be bolder when it comes to OTT than other stuff?
So as somebody who has pitched some shows and scripts to various OTT platforms, I can tell you that it helps, because I've seen so many times that when you take a script, and if in a script there's a certain joke or a certain situation, and you try to convince, and the person is not convinced, you're trying to sell it to them, and they're like, nahi, aise nahi hota. If you just tell them that ye friends mein hua hai, they'll be like, oh, acha, okay. Friends is like, so you add friends and they'll buy it, so even if it's not true, so clearly with the people that you're selling it to, if you have a reference point, it seems to help, although I'm not a big fan of that, because then you're leaving very little room for completely original ideas. But then it also, not to say that every person you're pitching it to is like that. Some people are actually very open. It also depends on what tactic you're using to convince and how do you explain it, and all of those things. But yeah, it helps to have a reference point. If you tell them that I'm looking at making for example, I'm looking at making a fantasy show, something like LOTR or Game of Thrones or something, and then so they'll it's just for the sake of reference and better understanding. I would like to believe that not everybody wants to copy paste formats and copy paste.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. I think, sorry, Mike, it's my question. So what do you think, Prateek? What do you feel about that?
I think it is all about cross-industry benchmarking. And that's how these foreign shows helped us a lot. Because earlier we used to hear it a lot of time that ऐसे shows वहाँ बनते हैं, वहाँ की audience को चलते हैं, यहाँ नहीं चलेंगे. Our audience is different. Our audience need more drama, more comedy, and this kind of stuff, right? But when these shows were released here in India, people started talking about it. They started talking about it on social media. There were references. They started making memes, and it was all over. So then it is easier for makers also to decide that yes, here also the audience is ready. They are consuming. They are understanding. They are following. Everything is happening here. So our audience is also ready. So I guess it was needed long back.
Super.
So this cross-industry benchmark helped.
So Amita, did it help you when you pitched Jamtara to Netflix? How much did it help you? Because it was a very uniquely story of con, and all of us have read it. Probably some of us have gone through it, experienced it. But did it help you when you were pitching it to Netflix?
They said we had this X amount of money. Do whatever you want to do. So that was the creative freedom. So I was ready to.
Magic words.
They said do whatever you want
lucky.
to do. But I've got only this amount of money. Yeah, this amount of money. So money was a constraint, but since we had so much of creative freedom to do that, do whatever we want to do. So we went all out, But looking back, I think we cannot again do a season 1 with that kind of budget and that kind of resources. But I think coming of Netflix on these big platforms has empowered the writers, which we can see that effect in season 2. They have got a research team. He has got an additional 2 writers with him. And
that matters.
Yes,
that truly matters. Yeah.
So we have
because you don't have it. You just write nonsense otherwise. Yeah.
Yeah. Because the writer cannot sit in Bombay and read a Wikipedia and write about Jharkhand. He has to go there and visit. And for that, he needs to be paid. So that has happened in season 2, which I'm very happy about, and with all platforms, I'm sure, because they give you that money for research. You are getting those journalists from Hindu, Indian Express, Times of India who are with you on this research. You won't go wrong with that.
Superb.
So that is, I think.
Sorry, we have only one last. Apurva, you want to take this one? What do you think about this? Anything? Since you come from the Ram Gopal school, which
the Ram Gopal Verma school. I think what your question about us being affected by a lot of this foreign content and stuff there. We are affected. But I think the reverse has kind of happened. The shows that are really doing well are the shows that are completely original. So you see a story like a Scam, it's a very indigenous story. You see Jamtara, which is one of my favorite shows. And I think Jamtara is as original and original as it gets. Pata Lok, which I love, and stuff like that. Even where Sacred Games comes from, So I feel like what the international formats and what these international shows have shown us is that mine from your own life, from your own stories, from your own world.
Correct.
We were creating a lot of derivative content, and that was selling en masse, because we had references to say this is working here and this is working here. But I think original content, telling own stories, culturally specific, I think that's what's happening a lot more now.
Superb. And we run out of time. So personally, thank you all. And I look forward to collaborate with each one of you in the near future, because big fan of all of you, what you've done. I've seen your work, and thank you for your time. And thank you, E4m, for bringing us together on this afternoon. Something to look forward to for all of us and just enjoy for a moment. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you so much, Sakesh, and thank you to all our panelists for your time and sharing your insights here with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chad.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Have a good evening. I'm sure you have taken a lot of key takeaways and had a good time listening to all the industry stalwarts, creators, actors coming together, speaking about has OTT democratized creativity and stardom? Well, we're here to see. Moving forward, we are moving towards our next panel discussion, which will talk about the dynamics and diversity of OTT content. Once again, some stalwarts from the industry are here with us on this panel. Gives me immense pleasure to welcome them and introduce them to all of you. We have with us Mr. Vijay Subramaniam, Director and Head Content, Amazon Prime Video India. Nikhil Madhok, Executive Vice President and Head of Hotstar Specials, Disney Plus Hotstar. We have with us Mr. Vijay Koshi, President, TVF. Mr. B. Srinivasan, Managing Director, Vickerton Group of Publications. And chairing this session is Mr. Gaurav Rakshit, Chief Operating Officer, Viacom 18 Digital Ventures. A very warm welcome to all of you. Request all our panelists to also please switch on their cameras and mics and join us on screen. Very good evening and warm welcome.
Hi, good evening.
Hello.
Good evening, Gaurav. Good evening.
Hi, Gaurav.
Hi, Vijay.
Guys.
Hi,
Nikhil.
Hi, Gaurav. Hi.
Hey,
Vijay. Hi, Srini. Good to see you.
Nice to see everyone here. It's obviously a really hard time to do some of these panels because the backdrop of lockdown is on all of us, and all our teams are struggling. And so it's times I'm really glad to have such an august panel with me because some of the questions I have are genuinely those that I'm looking for help and answers on. And so it's nice to be on the other end of the panel playing the role of moderator rather than sort of having to take them on. Let's open with the 600-pound gorilla that's around us. The lockdown has precipitated a lot of change in all our lives. And while I think consumer appetite for digital content is just continuously rising and even faster on account of lockdown, all of us are facing significant stresses in terms of putting together content for these consumers. And I wanted to just get an early take on how that has changed your outlook in terms of both the process that you're going through to put content out, and how it's perhaps informed some of the choices that you're making going forward, because ostensibly this is here to stay for a while. It's not going to go away in a hurry. So and that's a question to all of you all. I hope each of you have interesting takes on the subject. Nikhil, maybe you can start us off, and let's hear what you think about the situation we're going through right now.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Gaurav, and hi to everyone who's watching this. Great question. All of us are struggling with this a bit. But if I speak from a Disney Plus Hotstar perspective, if you look at the content a little more broadly that we have on our platform, outside of just the original content that we create, so there are multiple content pipes, starting from television shows, which we continue to drop daily on the platform. There is our partnerships with the Hollywood studios, from which we get a lot of Hollywood content. Of course, from Disney itself, including the Disney Plus originals, the recent one being Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Till recently, we also had cricket. And then we have the original content that we're creating. So fortunately, because of the width of the content streams on the platform, we've still, even over the last 1 month and even now, managed to offer a fair amount of variety of content to our viewers. If you look at original content, which is really what we call Hotstar Specials, there is some advantage to the fact that some of our productions have already taken place and we're now in the post-production phase. So I see for the next couple of months for us to be sorted, at least from a content delivery point of view, and have something to offer. I think on a larger level, what happens 6 months down the line, if this sort of continues to stay, the first and most important thing is, do we have the ability to actually produce content? So if the sort of lockdowns etc. continue, then we need to manage with the rules of the government if it doesn't allow us to shoot. But if those sort of permissions start coming in, I think the first attempt really will be to make sure what we already have under production is completed, and we sort of get back onto our pipeline in a more organized fashion. So yeah, I think the long and short of it is, for now, from a width of offering point of view, there is enough to offer. But going forward, if this continues for more than 3 to 6 months, then we'll have to figure out different ways of attacking the problem.
Sure. Thanks, Nikhil. That's an interesting perspective based on width of content, and so possibly being able to still bring out something that people want to watch. Vijay Koshi, you are a self-confessed only creator of non-fast food content, and your content you obviously hold at a high benchmark. How does this affect your lives in terms of a rethink or rejig, or do you just slow down? Where does this go?
So we were faced with a similar situation last year, and we just got into a large hardcore planning mode and preparation for our existing pipeline. We have almost 10 to 15 shows ready in various stages of production. So we managed to put out 4 shows in the first few months of this year. And we have some more slated in the next couple of months on various other platforms. And the standard crib that most of our creative team used to have, that we're not getting enough time for preparation, and we're always rushing into projects, and we're always under pressure from other clients and all of that. So we need some breathing time. So we're saying, hey, this is the best opportunity you're getting. Just keep go back to the nets, keep practicing, keep planning properly, and that's all that we can do at this point in time. So otherwise, there is no major change in terms of the content choices that we're making. I think we are using this time to just prepare better for the time coming ahead. That's largely what we're doing.
That's nice. I mean, I hear you, because there is pain in the creative community around us demanding speed, and perhaps most of us on this call are to blame in some fashion for that. But the reality is, then there's hope for better quality stories coming out, because there is more time now, and that would be nice if that happens. Vijay, I mean, you guys plan so many, not even months, quarters, years ahead. How does something that shakes the core of your schedules? How do you roll with that? What do you do?
Well, you just answered the question. We plan quarters, years ahead, and that helps mitigate to a large extent.
Yeah.
And I think we've been very fortunate that we've stuck to the knitting, even as we've scaled, even as our business has gone from a show in a year to 12 shows in the next year, a couple of big movies in a year to almost 105 movies a year. The key for us has been the multiple and the diverse pipelines that we have. I think that's held us in good stead and continues to. I mean, if you think about the last 5 months, just the sheer number of fresh content pieces we've been able to launch. More recently, we just put out the trailer for The Last Star. We launched LOL Hasito Fasi, which went live a couple of weeks ago. Got a couple of big launches coming up in June. There's a whole raft of films that we brought onto the service, starting the year with Drishyam 2 in Malayalam, to Master coming within 2 weeks of its theatrical release, and followed by Yuvaratna and Mumbai Saga and so on. I can go on and on. And the point really is that, as challenging as this is, and it's really important to recognize the situation for what it is, and partner with practically everyone we work with to make sure that they have robust protocols in place whenever stuff resumes. I can safely say that the years of planning has actually kept us more than head and shoulders above the situation so far. So, and we're banking on the fact that our pipelines will continue to remain interesting. TVF is one such partner, and we have a show that's to be launched pretty soon. So I guess it's just The short answer from my side is the planning, man. Just the rigorous planning and the fact that we have multiple pipelines of content.
That's awesome, man. I mean, being very candid, we're obviously a more recent entrant into the SVOD space, and one of the challenges that we are looking at least is when it opens up for everyone. And so, there's only so much talent. There are only so many crews to take the content forward. So I don't know how that's going to play out, but certainly slightly concerned, if you will, in terms of how that's going to play out.
Yeah, I agree with you. In fact, I second that view very strongly. Not only is it a talent-related point, it's also an infrastructure-related point. There are only so many post-production studios. There are only so many sound stages, so, and it's going to be, everybody is going to be rushing to get their stories completed. So, yeah, but yeah, I'm pretty sure, being as dexterous and industrious as we are as an industry, we'll invent our way through that as well. I'm pretty confident of that.
Just to add to Vijay's point, one of the other learnings that we've had is if we've had a successful season 1, then instead of doing season 2 and then waiting for some time and doing season 3, we're now actually planning 2 seasons together at a go. So then years of planning that Amazon has done has helped us, and we've learned that's the best way. So it helps optimize everyone's schedule, and you get a good product at the end of the day.
Sure, that's good learning for all of us. Mr. Srinivasan, what's your take
on? I'm beginning to wonder if I'm the diversity quotient on this panel, because as an independent producer, probably a boutique production house from that perspective. Our biggest challenge is actually to retain the capacity to deliver of our talents. Talents, that too creative talents of this caliber that when we are dealing with, there is only so much that you can do. Most of the time we spend a lot of time actually writing screenplay for our screenplay writers and for our directors. How do we cajole them? How do we coax them? How do we assuage them when it comes to tough situations? How do we actually get them, counsel them and get them out of their the various challenges that they have? I mean, we would have to call them for 100 things. I mean, Nikhil knows the challenges that we have had with November Story and the timelines. And, sometimes there is only so much you can do when a director calls and he says, I've had this problem, or it could be a personal problem, it could be a family problem, and it could be, COVID related. So it's maintaining our calm in ensuring that, the talent's best interests are served, so that the product's best interests are served, is actually one of the tightest ropes as an independent producer that we need to be able to hold, because we are in Tamil there's a word, it's called matalam. It's like the tabla. We get it both from the producers and from the talents, right? So we are stuck right in the middle. But yeah, it's been interesting.
It's a very interesting perspective. I think that's actually the something that whether you're a production house, studio, or in some cases the platform, the being humane at these times is really hard with your teams, and that includes employees, but also the creative fraternity that works with you. It's important to fortunately we've built a fairly resilient industry, and so I think that the industry can afford a break or what have you. We can't pretend like if it doesn't come on a particular date, hell is going to break loose, and it's on all of us, I suppose, to figure out how to balance that.
Gaurav, frankly, in OTT, there's still that space. On television, there is no space. There is no time. Everything is, it's once you've caught the tiger by the tail, there's only that far you can go, right? And then, talents, while we say that we have actually groomed talents in our industry, I have to say that, talents are still few and far between. And sometimes, when we are retaining talent, we wonder, with the kind of efforts that we take, should they be retaining us as counselors? It's like really, it takes a lot. And, and really good talent, right? So you don't want to mess with them and you don't want to lose them, right?
I mean, Nikhil has a point of view probably on the television side as well in that sense and how that goes.
I think you're right that the space is a little more on OTT, and the way the television model works, people are expecting something in prime time every night. And I think to their credit, the way the television producers fraternity has got together and found solutions to keep going despite this, it is fairly commendable. It's as you were saying, it's a resilient industry, and people find solutions. There are people who are shooting in resorts in Goa, in Salvasa, in other parts of the country where they've been able to create a secure bubble. Now, of course, in places where the lockdown has been imposed, there's a different challenge. But for the last 1 month, they've been at it. So I would say hats off to them.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with our television counterparts. We learn so much from. Incredibly scrappy, very, very, and big hearts as well. Frankly, in that sense, we're definitely taking a page out of their book and not vice versa. So appreciate your bringing that up, Mr. Srinivasan. I wanted to get to a slightly more contentious point, if you will, with at least I'm confronted with in the creative industry, where people accuse us of, as a digital industry, having so much data and so much, so many metrics about everything, that we're at risk of, getting stuck in the echo chamber in terms of what works on digital streaming. And I want to get a sense of how you guys think about breaking out of that echo chamber, trying new things, giving people license, all the while knowing that perhaps this medium is more accountable because you can actually watch every person that's watching your show. How do you guys manage that balance? It's something that I'm figuring out as I go. That'd be nice to hear what you guys think about it. Maybe Vijay, you can go first. Vijay Subramanian.
Yeah, look, my views pretty much counter to what you said.
Yeah, I know.
Our goal is not to fit into any one mold at all, and our everyday endeavor is really to provide as wide a variety of stories that we can, because we understand that we are programming for many Indias, and I'll come to the data point straight away. Sure, we have a lot of data, and data is like all good intended. Parts of science, it points us in certain directions. It also reaffirms some of the hypotheses that we have, but ultimately we are governed by the customer. Our goal is to reflect the tastes and preferences of our customers, and she's pretty smart when it comes to entertainment. She's constantly evolving, and our job is to keep lockstep. And to that end, data is very helpful. And by data, I'm not just talking about a bunch of things that we see in terms of, who's watching what. I'm talking about customer voices, anecdotes, the kind of complaints they come to us with, the kind of things that they enjoyed watching and why. Those are very insightful and powerful. But above and beyond all of that, I think we're governed by two things: customer obsession, what's working in their world, and what are the things that they crave that are unmet. What are the things that they would like to see more of, so underrepresented? And then on the other hand, the insights that we draw, and we try to match the two. And right in the middle is the creator, the passion of the creator, and the vision of the creator. So, if you just take a step back and look at our offering and apply what I just said, you can practically see this at play. The way we went after comedy specials at the very beginning, when we saw a huge demand for it with young adult audiences, they were crowding, coffee bars and performance theaters because stand-up was a thing. Backing that trend came from customers. Encouraging not only, first-time talent in Bandish Bandits, but doing a musical at a time when everyone says, hey, music only belongs to movies. These are all great examples of why variety is so important. And the importance of using a very strong, always on customer-centric approach, and then, learning from the insights. There are so many need gaps even now, Gaurav. It's not fair for us to believe that only one particular genre works or not. It may just be that we've come rushing into a white space that's existed for a very long time. I'd like to believe crime is one such thing. But there are many other white spaces open, and it's our goal. And I think it's the goal of all of us to find those white spaces, because that's what customers are craving for.
Well, that's nice. It's interesting you mentioned crime, because I also mentioned crime to Vijay, and I got a very violent reaction. So, Vijay, what are your thoughts on crime being the lowest common denominator that works?
It's a Vijay thing, man.
Okay. So one is, I'd like to say that Bickerton is not the only group here adding to the diversity factor. Even TVF also as a company does not have access to as much data or whatever, but there's no issues. The platforms give us the right insight. They tell us what is working, what is not working, and to us that feedback is most important. So we rest go with that. Then the other part is, unlike other creators, we have our own communities. So whenever we do any project or any show or any series with any platform, we release some of it on our social media also, and you get a fair indication of what's working, what's not working. So for us, that much data is enough, and we stick to the stories that we want to tell. So on the crime front, we've not done any show so far on crime, or we've not done a biopic, or we've not done sci-fi. These are all genres which are doing extremely well in the international space, at least. And I think a lot of platforms here also have dabbled in some form or the other, like sci-fi. Nikhil was mentioning the other day that they have started with something. So who knows? I mean, we will have something marinating, and hopefully we will get some of these things. We're not saying that it doesn't work, but for us, it's more about talking to the real India, the ones living in tier 2, tier 3 towns, and telling their stories. And most of our team also belongs from there, so they have their own insight, they have their own stories, and the beauty of it is all of it is so relatable. So even a guy sitting in Agra or Meerut, or someone sitting in Bhubaneswar, or someone sitting in Kolaba or South Delhi, they all find it equally relatable. So that's the thing for us. We'd rather stick to our own insights and not rely too heavily on data.
Got it. Nikhil, what's your take? Are you going to agree with these guys? Are you going to disagree? How do you feel about the point of view?
No, I think one of the interesting things is that I started by saying the width of content on Disney Plus Hotstar across different genres, right? So you have sports, you have news, you have movies, you have TV content, international content, original. The width is really massive, and I think one of the things that people don't realize is that when all of that data is available to you in one platform, it actually encourages you to try so many more things, because you start seeing connections between different genres, different types of content, and also start realizing that maybe some of the preconceived notions that may exist are not true about how people are actually consuming content, right? You may go in saying, X genre romance, maybe something that will appeal to a 18-year-old girl or something, but you'll end up seeing her choices, and those content choices are really vast, which actually gives you confidence to say, hey, let's go out there and try something new. The example that I was referring to, if you look at this show that we launched a couple of weeks ago called OK Computer, so it's a futuristic, quirky, madcap comedy, and there's no amount of data in which will say that this is a genre which is popular in India and you must do it. But you're able to make connections and say, hey, this looks like a fantastic idea. It's extremely unique. It's not for everybody, right? So we put it on the platform. There were two young makers who made it, and it found its audience. Some people who liked that genre loved it like deeply, and others were like, they didn't like it. But that's actually fair. I mean, it's the nature of the beast, right? You have to make sure that you're creating something which is unique and offering something new. And I think that opportunity we shouldn't lose as far as this industry is concerned, because really you have the opportunity to create so much variety and so much width. And the data is actually very useful because it gives you confidence to say, hey, this is not a 10-person opportunity. This is, probably a 10,000-person opportunity. We should go for it.
I hear you, and I like the fact that I think Vijay made a similar point that if the content is well formed and entertaining, then not only are we many Indias, the digital medium allows the person to choose which content they want to align with, and so there's no reason to be in an echo chamber when we're not operating a broadcast model. So in that sense,
I remember even distinctly when we launched Arya last year, I got a message from a friend of mine. His 82-year-old mother and his 14-year-old or 15-year-old son were sitting together and watching till 1 o'clock at night. And you won't normally expect that these three people will represent to you demographically three distinct choices and say, oh, how do they come together? But that's how it, that's what happens. And unless you don't try it, you will never know.
Sure. Mr. Srinivasan, your thoughts on breaking out?
Yeah, thanks, Gaurav. Actually, we continue to remain in a very unique position because we come from the print industry when we started our journey into television, that's about 22 years ago, we started off by creating a product which started the episode on print and finished the episode on television, right? And then it was a weekly. And our magazine was out every Thursday, and the product would be out at Thursday at 9:30. So we have always had a connection between writing, our readers, their reactions, and creating stories around what excites our readers across genres, across our various magazines. So most of our products, be it the Tirupati Selvam, which became Pavitra Rishta and in 5 languages all over India simultaneously, we've always found stories which are grounded to reality and stories which want to be heard and which want to be spoken of, more or less with starting from the readers, from the feedback that we get from our readers, and then how our writers pick up from there. So I think I would say that in many ways we do have echo chambers, but I would say that echo chamber is rather large because it comprises the print universe, the digital universe, as well as the television universe. So we've also been putting out our programs on YouTube since 2011. And the kind of feedback that we would get, the comments that we would get for our everyday episodes would be extraordinary. They would be telling us the storyline, what should be coming ahead. And we would actually change our storyline based on the kind of feedback that we would get from them. And we would credit our user saying that this user on this date gave us this idea. And we would actually, give them a prize for it. So I think this is where for us, data points are not just the data points. We look at entire 360 degrees when it comes to storytelling. So today, even as we speak, we've got about 5 different stories which we are pitching to multiple OTT platforms, all of which are some of the most read content on our magazines, on our websites, and those which are ready for OTT, we personally believe. We are kind of excited about these shows and we are really keen to explore, and we want to try and see if the same model which worked for television will also work for OTT. But we do understand that OTT genre is a little more edgy and needs a little more, and all of that depth, the characters and the kind of the universe that people are, wanting to immerse themselves in, as well as stories that need to be told. So we always think about why a story needs to be told before we decide what story needs to be told. And I think that really kind of, that curiosity that we have consistently been building with our writers team, I think helps us create better stories.
Interesting.
I'm glad that the OTT, sorry, I'm interrupting you. I'm glad that the OTT audience and the likes or what kind of content they prefer is termed as edgy. If we were to go by that and the data there, some of our shows would have never seen the light of day. So I think it also depends on the faith and belief that the platforms also have in you as a content creator. And I will take a case in point is if I went out with data and try to make a show about a village where a young man goes there and then he interacts with random people there. I mean, nobody would give us a chance. They said, forget it. But there's this one gentleman on this call right now who said, hey, I think this works. Let's give it a shot. And then we all know what happened with Panchayat. So it's probably one of the best shows that, so it's about what is it that we can bring to the table, the human emotions, the complexity of all the relationships that happen there. If it's told in a nice, simple narrative, I'm sure the audiences are willing to lap it up. Yeah.
That's a tough log line to sell, and kudos for selling it and buying it.
I think more to the buying it.
Again, it's a Vijay thing.
No, but I think what
I should change my name to Vijay too.
I think one of the points that you were making, I think that we did come to this new long form sort of content. What you're calling edgy, maybe Mr. Srinivasan, perhaps, it's got this 8-part series, 6-part series, what have you, hang points at the end of it. And that's one sort of content that's coming out of the OTT stables. But I also wanted to get to understand, how are you guys getting influenced by the short form movement, which is very counter to the kind of grammar that the shows that have gained the highest acclaim have. I mean, I know, and I guess there are different points of view around how you're addressing it. Maybe Nikhil, you can give us a sense of, do they coexist? Are they, are they two completely different consumption paradigms? How do you see them?
No, I think it's definitely I won't even say emerging opportunity. It is pretty much around us. I think from our perspective, just recently, about a week ago, we've launched an initiative called Quicks, which is really every day 10 to 12 minute bite-sized content, multiple shows, multiple episodes, one drop every day. And it's really about not trying to, let's say, go into territory which we're not, experts at. But this is something that we understand, which is, storytelling and, characters that people can fall in love with. Now, whether that happens to be, a 10-minute long episode or a 30-minute long episode, that's just in terms of how do you structure the story. But that's an initiative that we've launched about a week ago, and it's early days. The initial, performance seems to be quite encouraging. But over a period of time, we'll see, where we can take it from there. But to answer your question, yes, we see that as one opportunity, and we've, got into that space.
I'm curious to understand whether the user is the same, but is it a different psychographic when the user is consuming this? And maybe I'll get Vijay and Vijay Subramaniam to give a thought around, where does short form go and how do you guys as creators think about it?
I think it's a very important ingredient to the overall entertainment desire of consumers. All right. And I don't necessarily agree that the users are the same. They can be different as well.
Sure.
And even if they are the same, they have very different needs driving them to the content selections.
Right.
And it's really important there to understand that variety is of great consequence. So in fact, the success of short form is not because of any one genre. It's just multitudes of great content coming from, homemade creators who've established their own style and so on and so forth. And it's very deeply engaging when done right. So I think these, look, whether they are on the same service or not, the fact is that all these forms of content coexist today as we speak. A customer of ours on Prime Video has the choice to go to YouTube and watch a bunch of short form videos, and we acknowledge that. We also acknowledge that it's a very important piece of entertainment that is very valuable to customers, and the good thing at Amazon is we never stop inventing. So we're definitely innovating on that, and right now I don't have much to share with you, but pretty soon you'll hear about how we're taking on the whole universe of short form itself.
Right, but it's in your radar, which is nice.
Very much, the front and center. It's a big bleep.
Awesome. Vijay, how does it influence your thinking around content? Or is that,
Okay,
you can leave it outside the off stump. You don't have to play every ball.
Unlike the others who started with long form and then are now experimenting with short form, our genesis was with short form. We began with short form, and we kept experimenting there, and almost like a 10-year journey. The good thing is we did long form along the way. Like around 2015, we did permanent roommates, and we did pictures, we did tripling. All of that happened, and we tasted a fair degree of success. But we didn't abandon the short form. We persisted with that part of our business. And our founder Arunab Kumar, he was very clear that TVF should be like the Infosys of content. Yeah. So while the big things are happening, there's always a strong bench strength that needs to be created. And that bench strength happens with short form. So short form for us is like the Ranji Trophy, where people keep coming and practicing and delivering. And then a bunch of people from there are then selected and thrown into the big IPLs and the other BCCI formats. So case in point, again, I'll go back to the Panchayat example. The writer of Panchayat, Chandan Kumar, has been with TVF for 4 years. And in that 4 years, he's done nothing but work on short form. And once we were confident that, hey, he's ready to deliver the goods, then we threw him into the deep end of the sea. And then Panchayat happened. And lo and behold. So for us, short form will go hand in hand with whatever else we do. And we have immense faith and ability. And in fact, we've created different channels of short form. We've got TVF, of course, is the main mother channel. We've created something called Ghalyapa way back in 2015. So considering the online audience is more skewed like a 75-25 to male, but we believe that, hey, there is no unique content creator in the space for short form for women. And we persisted since then. We've not yet got the return that we would have liked, but we persisted. So for us, short form is here to stay forever.
Interesting. Mr. Srinivasan, thoughts on short form?
Yeah, that's actually, Vijay, that's a great take. And in fact, that's something I'm going to take away from today. But the way we've used short form is that we've always used short form for promotion. Everything, from our magazines to our products to everything, we've tried to create those short form videos. Whatever we've tried to put out on our platforms, we've always tried to integrate some part of a bigger product that we've created, and we've always tried to use that as a promotion platform. But I think bench strength as a short form, and then using those creators to grow into long form is a great idea, and thanks very much for that.
Yeah, it's also the fact that I guess short form is not a means to an end; it is the end itself. In now, and so that's fascinating in terms of where the world is. I wanted to get a reaction on the fact that I think everyone in India is awake to the regional opportunity, and that's more just knowing that people prefer consuming content in their own languages and their own milieu. I wanted to get a sense from you guys in terms of what are you disappointed in with the industry, in that, are we just taking in the Hindi playbook and moving it to regional? Should we be doing more? What's your bugbears, and what would you like to see us do better as an industry? Vijay, why don't you go first? Vijay Subramanian.
Firstly, I don't think, thankfully, because we remain customer obsessed, we recognize that the customers are completely different.
Absolutely.
Their identities, their tastes, cultures, social norms, and so on and so forth. And so we've never believed in a centralized approach to our programming, right from the get-go. So if you look at the selection that we have on the service in practically any regional language, let's just use Tamil and Telugu and Kannada and Malayalam, the southern ones, as an example. If you look at the selections there, they're driven entirely by insights of tastes and preferences from each of those individual markets, those segments, those cohorts, those customers, those micro communities, and so on and so forth. Our successes and failures come from our understanding of that or a lack of understanding of that. And that's the way we view it. We do not for a minute think that, oh, we've figured it out in Hindi, so let's just trim some stuff and that's going to work in Chennai or Coimbatore. Why? These are fully serviced, thriving entertainment industries in and of themselves.
Yeah.
If we kid ourselves sitting in Mumbai that, oh, they must be missing a big Hindi movie. No, they have their own big movies, right? They have their own great shows. They have their own stars and a culture that follows around it, and they have their own fandom. So, because for us, making sure that we're serving the many Indias and the many customers, and we just follow their insights. And that's a great learning. Yes, there's always this thing about being a one service with multiple languages. There is this expectation of, will you dub content? Yes, we do dub content just to make it easy in case someone, a Tamil speaking gentleman in Madurai decides to watch a Hindi show of ours, we want to make it convenient for that person to watch it in the language of their choice. But otherwise, the programming is distinct. It will always be distinct. It will be driven by insights coming from there. Here's a fun fact, okay? By getting this right, we put this out sometime late last year. 50% of the viewership for our regional films are coming from outside the home state.
Wow.
That's the level of curiosity that being authentic and programming for those customers is doing. So today there are people writing to us from Jamshedpur thanking us for Joji. All right. And then one has to wonder that this is only because we are not thinking about Hindi and saying, okay, let's make a few variants. But we're literally thinking about each language and each community and society independently in and of itself.
Very cool. Very, very cool. The other Vijay.
Yeah, I mean, regional cinema is absolutely killing it. No? I mean, you take Bengali, you take Marathi, you take, of course, the Malayalam.
Impressive content as well. I mean,
yeah,
absolutely.
Absolutely. So, and thanks to platforms like Amazon and Hotstar, I think it's getting a large exposure outside that particular regional community. And that's helping. In fact, a lot of my friends and colleagues who had never watched Malayalam movies are now hooked onto it big time. I mean, I was seeing a post of Gujarat Ji the other day. He was like, he's obsessed with Fahad Fasil's movies, and he's like, he made a dig at the Bollywood industry, saying that we spent so much time in marketing and this, that, and the other. I wish we invested that much time in making good content like you guys do. And I was just seeing another chat on Film Companion where Rajkumar Rao and Vicky Kaushal are all big fans of regional content and wanting to take a stab at that part of it. From us, we are looking at regional in two perspectives. One is and both of them are already rolling. One is remakes of our popular shows, like this is what we've done with Permanent Roommates in Telugu. It debuted last year on a Telugu platform called AHA, and we've got some more remakes scheduled in Telugu and hopefully later this year in other regional languages. And there are some platforms which are saying, no, we don't want remakes. We want original stories which talk about the flavor and the spirit of that particular region. So we are open to doing both, and we're extremely bullish about these markets, and you will see lots of content coming from the house of PVF in the regional space.
Got it. Very encouraging. Nikhil?
Not to interrupt, but I did want to make an important point. So, and at least on my team, we don't call it regional language. We call it local language.
Nice.
Right? And there's a huge distinction right there. Region means it's external. It's something elsewhere. Local means you're in it. And as far as, Kannadiga in Bangalore is concerned, Hindi is a local language that's spoken in the Northwest, perhaps, right? Or Hindi is a regional language. So we're very, very particular because that's the mental model we have. But this is about local language, and these are about local communities.
Those nuances are important. That's very nice. Nikhil?
I think you spoke about, Gaurav, some bugbear. So let me tackle that. I think the first part is that from a creative fraternity point of view, or at least even from a producers or platform point of view, this Mumbai-centric approach is wrong. So how are you structured organizationally, right? So for us, and Mr. Srinivasan is here, you will have people sitting out of those markets, right? People from Hotstar who are sitting out of those markets, interacting with people like Mr. Srinivasan on a daily basis and having those conversations to say, does this, is this something which is locally appealing? Is it culturally specific to the state that I'm trying to address? Versus, sitting out of Mumbai and, expecting them to come here and pitch your, ideas, etc. So I think the way you're structured organizationally also is a great example of how committed you are and how deep you want to go and how well you want to serve the consumer. So that's one very important aspect. And a second aspect also is that when you're looking at local language content, the ability for you to be able to connect with your creative partners is extremely important, and it links back to the first point. If I'm close, I'm right down there, I'm with them, I'm in the trenches, I know what I'm trying to do, that's when it works best. And the final part is localization should not be, and I fear that this is a problem somewhere, that anything that's, if I'm doing 10 shows, let's say 2 in Marathi, 2 in Bengali, 2 in Tamil, 1 in Gujarati, that's my regional strategy. No. If you're serving a market, that person in Tamil Nadu or Andhra should feel like this is a service that's made for me. The volume of content, the kind of quality of content should be addressing me. He should feel that this is a brand for me, not someone sitting here feeling, okay, I've done 10 shows which are non-Hindi, and that's a great regional strategy. So I think those are the couple of bugbears that I think we should.
Very, very nice. Last word, Mr. Srinivasan. Are you satisfied by what you're hearing?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, many platforms are actually reaching out, and they're actually they've created local teams which are trying to ensure that the local language flavor is kind of imbibed. We are fiercely Tamil, we are fiercely Dravidian, we are fiercely Periyarist, we come from completely different lands, right? So I think, and each of our languages, each of our cultures, our society, everything is so different that when we tell stories that people want to hear, I think it's very important that you understand the context from which we come. And I think, OTT platforms are definitely, doing that, because that's the only way it's going to work. The Mumbai or LA culture will not work in Chennai. And I'm sure, what's already been established in television and in movies is definitely going to be established in OTT also. That being said, I would say that, in television, our Pavitra Rishta was able to travel, and our Tirumati Selvam was able to travel as local product in 5 different languages and ended up as super hit in all 5 languages. So there is so much of capacity for a local language product to travel across. So there are both ways. Hindi could come to Tamil, Tamil could go to Hindi. So both are possible, and we are right in the middle of that.
That's a great perspective. Guys, I got to cut this short. It's been enormous fun chatting with you guys, but we got to let the next panel on. Thank you so much.
Thank you for doing this, Gaurav.
Thanks for doing this, Gaurav. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Gaurav.
Thanks,
everyone.
Stay safe. Bye, Vijay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you once again to all our panelists, and thank you, Gaurav, for steering this discussion so very well. And I'm sure all our viewers have taken some great takeaways from this session. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the E4M Play Streaming Media Conference, and we are moving towards metal announcements. But before we do that, I would like to invite on screen for a quick chat with our jury chair, that is Mr. R. Balki, leading filmmaker, screenwriter, and former group chairman Lodin Tas, with Dr. Anurag Batra, chairman, editor-in-chief, Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World. I welcome you gentlemen on screen, and Dr. Batra would like you to take over the proceedings.
Thank you so much. Balki, how are you doing? Good evening. We can't hear you. Sometimes it happens with video meetings.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
A little better. I can hear something. Hi. Sometimes what happens is when you use these earplugs, They don't sync well. I know you use them all the time, but sometimes it does happen still.
Let me just
Now you're on. Now you're on. Perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
See, you did magic.
That's fine.
First of all, Palki, thank you for being the jury chair for E4M Play. These are our OTT awards. There couldn't have been a better jury chair than you. You understand consumer behavior. You understand content creation. You understand making movies. So somebody who's straddled every genre of content, who understands the consumer side, knows about technology. So first of all, let me start by asking you, I know the mood is somber. There is a lot of anxiety all around. There is pain. There is loss of lives. But how does one cheer up oneself in these very, very tough times? I have no other word. They're very, very tough. So how do you keep grounded? How do you make sure that you look forward to the next day?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Cheering up. I don't think we can cheer up. It's very, very tough. It's almost impossible. We can distract ourselves.
So there is disturbance in the sound.
Is this better? Simpler?
Yes. Yes. Now it's perfect again.
Yeah. Okay. So I think what we can do is just distract ourselves, just give our brains and hearts a bit of a break every now and then. That's what, and thanks to a lot of the, wonderful shows that we have at home, besides cricket. And I think we've been all kind of gorging on things created. And I think we owe a big thanks to everybody who's created something for us to watch as so-called entertainment in our homes.
Thank you so much. I think you said what some of us are practicing. We're distracting ourselves through work. Work used to be a way to, create something, create an impact. It still is, but these days sometimes we have to drag ourselves to work so that it can be distraction from, the news that sometimes come in, and also be able to use our times to do seva, to volunteer, to be able to help even one person if we can. Now let me shift gears to what we met for. I was hearing the previous conversation, and we're talking about what kind of content is needed today on OTT platforms. Since all of us are spending more time at home, OTT and content consumption through OTT platforms has become an order of the day. And the last panel was talking about how Indian language content is the next wave. People in Tamil Nadu want to watch content in Tamil. Of course, Hindi cinema has an appeal that goes beyond Bollywood. It goes across the world and across the country. There are heroes and themes that cut across genres. But in general, how do you see the content experiments in OTT? Do you think the OTT content marketplace is yet fully discovered and is mature, and there is a playbook to capture the OTT?
No, it's not mature at all. I mean, we have a very, very long way to kind of go. We've just begun. And there have just been a few wonderful shows which actually exhibit fantastic writing, some great originality, which sometimes is missing on film. But I think the language, the kind of content that works on OTT is very different from the kind of content that works on film. And that's becoming clearer and clearer, because I think you watch various things in different mind states. It's like I keep saying, why is a person able to absorb a message in 30 seconds in an ad, and if the same kind of message has been given in 30 seconds in a film, I think you just find it a little kind of little uncomfortable. You don't quite get the thing. So I think we are all tuned to certain kinds of watching behavior. We program our heads to actually in OTT, you kind of start living with characters. You start building. You start having a relationship with the characters involved in each episode. You go on. So there are a lot of other things involved, and there is. It's funny in an era where we say attention span is so short. We're watching more and more and more. We're watching longer and longer formats. Sometimes we binge for 8 hours, sometimes binge for 9 hours, and we never get tired because we are in love with certain characters. But it just needs to keep being engaged. It just needs to be engaging. And I don't think there's a particular formula. And I don't think we should form a formula about what OTT works and what kind of stuff works, because everybody tends to follow, if one gangster kind of thing works, or one, rural underworld kind of a thing works, cops and underworld thing works, everybody starts following the same thing. Or if one kind of a progressive expression of a relationship works, everybody kind of starts kind of going on that thing. So I think this is something that you can, this is a platform that is waiting for originality to happen, waiting for great writing to happen. And if you see all across the world, some of the best writing is on the platforms. Some of the greatest writers have done a lot of work on the platforms. So I think I feel that this is the time of writers.
Absolutely, script and writers, and we know that in Hollywood, movie script writers are a top draw in terms of the money they get. The short series being done on OTT platforms have now started to get the attention of those script writers, and they're again getting top draw in terms of money because top draw talent. Now, let me ask you a question, which possibly from a personal standpoint you can address even more sharply. Balki, at the end of the day, these OTT platforms have a huge reach. They have audiences, and when the traditional cinema is out of bounds for the reasons that are happening, do you think OTT releases do justice to the content that filmmakers like you create? And do you buy the argument that in some cases they're able to scale up the audiences because in physical distribution there are challenges? Or are you a romantic who believes the kind of content that you have created in the past needs to get that traditional big screen?
No, it's not like that. I think today we're extremely comfortable in kind of creating content for any screen. It's not the screen. It's the kind of story that you want to kind of tell. So it's not as if scale is reserved for the big screen. Again, I don't believe in that myth, because the biggest scale stuff of Game of Thrones was done for OTT and not for big screen. So I don't think that is a kind of a barrier. Or I also don't believe if it's a small, intimate kind of a story, it's actually best for OTT and not so much on the screen. And I also don't believe that the screen will only be for event films and things like that. I think there is going to be a lot of coexistence that is going to happen. We have one more screen to create for, and I'd like to just be happy with that. I don't have any romantic notions about this. I'm here to write a script. I really don't care about which screen it's coming on.
Absolutely, it's about the work being watched and the story being appreciated, and its impact that you intend to do as a filmmaker and a script writer. Now, let me ask you this last question. The budgets for OTT content are getting bigger and bigger. However, there are challenges in the current times. How do you shoot fresh content? I know as an advertising filmmaker also, if you had to do it, I know stars are shooting in their home, they're improvising, and so on and so forth. So in an era where you're not being able to create fresh content, not because you don't have budgets, but because of Corona, because of lockdowns, because of physical limitation, are there ways around it? And you see a lot of reruns, you see a lot of old content being brought in again. What is your commentary on that?
I really think, in the first wave, when we were first hit with the virus, I think people found little innovative ways to do a few things here and there. I don't think a lot of people are doing that the second wave. I think it's a lot more, it's a lot scarier. I would just think pause. I don't think you should I don't think this is the time to really pause, take a break. Let's kind of look at the larger issue of life. I think we'll all be able to shoot soon. But if you are a little patient and are not desperate about this, I think we'll be able to shoot soon. So I don't think it's about another way. Yes, I think there's so much to watch. Even if we start watching today, I don't think you'll be able to cover all the great shows of the world in your lifetime. So I don't think it's that much of a desperation. I just think these are a month or so or something, just to wait and kind of not rush through this.
And Balki, what have you been watching in the last 50 days or so? I know, give us your list, and recommend some good series to our viewers and to the industry. Maybe we can watch some of them.
I must tell you, the Indian ones I watched. The last one I watched was this anthology of Ajib Dastans, and I really liked the third one.
I watched it too, and I found all the 4 stories and the social themes really brought out very well.
I particularly like the third one, which is with Konkana, I think, which is done by I think Neeraj who did Masan. I think it's one of the most beautifully done stories and one of the greatest performances that I've seen. And I wish it was a full film. I could watch it for 2 hours. So it was that beautiful. Otherwise, I'm actually on the Sopranos binge. I hadn't watched Sopranos. I don't know. I just left it. That's on my 6th season. That's what I've spent the last 78 hours watching television on. It's so fantastic. It's possibly one of the greatest shows that have ever been made. So I'm on that binge right now.
Okay. And Balki, are you working on a new script? You can't not be working on a new script. If you'd like to tell our viewers in the industry, what are you working on without giving too much details, but some sneak peek into what you're working on?
I'm actually not working on. I had worked on a new script. It's a thriller that I'm doing, which hopefully whenever we open up and start shooting, I will be able to shoot. But I've not been able to write it. These are a couple of things which I had developed before all this, before the lockdown, before this tragedy which is hitting us. I'm finding it impossible to write anything newer right now because I'm just in this frame of mind of the insignificance of everything that I do right now. So I'm not able to create anything new right now. It is about what I've already created with whatever faculties I had at that point of time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Balki. And I understand that we all have a feeling of what Adam Grant calls languishing. We are not able to focus. We are not alive and cheerful as we used to be. So I understand that. And you use a fantastic term to describe the insignificance of what we do. If we can't save other lives, we are always worried about what will happen to our loved ones. I think it is a telling commentary on where we've got us and how we've got us here. And I hope at some stage this ends and we are able to rebuild. And for people who've lost their loved ones, it would be tougher. But I hope we learn our lesson and we are able to, at least for the next generation, create the right health infrastructure, elect the right people, and as individuals have the right discipline and the right, if I may say, morals to be able to do the right thing for the right reason. I think
absolutely. I also believe that the programs also are kind of helping us stay at home, which is a very important thing. People underestimate. You can't keep telling people stay at home, don't step out. I mean, you have something to watch. You do stay at home, and I think that was the biggest job of cricket, to make people stay at home, and people don't understand the value of that. I mean, any amount of any politician coming in kind of preaching or any number of ads won't do the trick of wanting to be at home, to watch something. I think that's the biggest service OTT has done in the last year.
Yeah, you're right. Content has kept us engaged. It has kept us busy. It has kept our minds engaged and our hearts still hopeful about the future. So I think sometimes we underestimate the value of art, content, movies, books. But those are things that give you solace in these times. So thank you, Balki, for creating some of the best content that I have consumed and making an impact in whatever you do. And my takeaway is that clearly there is what we do, I mean, maybe relevant from a...
Hello?
I wanted to use the right word, but I was not sure, so I paused. But it's what we do is relevant from a point of view of our industry, for our colleagues. But it is not significant in terms of saving lives. I think that's the only thing that matters right now. So thank you for bringing that out, and we wish you luck, and we look forward to this thriller. I hope we settle down soon and we're able to go back to some semblance of normal. Thank you for chairing the jury of the Exchange for Media Play in these somber times, and we wish you luck in your endeavors.
Can I say just a bit about the jury?
The jury, why not? We would have asked you to say a little later, Khyati would, but why not? Go ahead.
I just want to say a few things because it's early stages of this award, early years of this award. I think people hadn't entered since we were all so passionate about these platforms, about the shows that we all love. But the entries, the way people had entered various categories were a little bit thoughtless. But I can't blame anybody doing anything in these times because I think this is the furthest thing from people's minds. But a little more care for the people who really worked, for the performers who really put in so much, to enter them in the right categories, because we as a jury had to kind of pull it from so that a show's got a better chance to win here, performers got a better chance to win there. We actually went and created more awards so that these fantastic bits of creativity could be kind of recognized, shown to people. So we did it. We actually kind of overreached us. I mean, we really did a lot more things than what we should have as a jury, by awarding a lot more, by creating more categories, by awarding people that were not even in the award list, by actually, pulling in something which people hadn't even entered so that it got a chance to kind of win. So it's all from the pool that everybody had entered, but it was a mess in terms of how people had entered. So it was quite wrong. So I would request a lot of people to kind of just take a little more care, because you're actually recognizing some great talent here. So let's take a little more care with that.
Thank you, Balki. We take that very seriously. We'll do our bit to be able to organize well and categorize well, and also kind of handhold and educate this new ecosystem, because these are, some of them are new entrants and they're not as adept in entering awards and spending time. But I think it's our job as Exchange for Media and as organizers to be able to do that. We're able to do that for most of the things that we do, but we take your feedback absolutely seriously, and you will see when you're involved next year, we would have made that difference. So thank you so much. This is the early years of the award. So clearly in the first year, in the second year, it is very tough. But beyond that, I think some of the things fall into place automatically. Absolutely. But with your words, I'm sure the people watching and the people who entered will take it even more seriously. So thank you for bringing that out, Balki.
Thank you.
God bless you. And back to you, Khyati.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. And thank you so much, Mr. R. Balki, for your time, and especially for chairing that jury or a very vigorous process and all the time and insights that you've put into it. Thank you so very much. We thank our jury members as well here. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives us immense joy to bring back to you in the second edition, the e4m Play Streaming Media Awards, as we acknowledge the content that came in the year 2020 and reward exceptional performances from video content to podcast to brand integration. e4m Play aims at honoring content and recognizing talent, content that has helped us stay sane during these uncertain times. So stay tuned with us and keep tweeting using the hashtag e4mplay. Now, before we proceed further, we would like to thank our sponsors. This event is presented by Woot in association with Mylan Foundry, Everything AI, Anything Creative. So can we have our sponsor AVs, please?
Elevator straight to the penthouse. It only goes one way.
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोलाक.
Take it to the top. Yeah, take it to the top. Take it straight to the top. Yeah, take us to the top. We're going up, up, up. We feel the rush. Oh yeah, come on now. Take it to the top. Yeah, take it to the top. Take it straight to the top.
Thank you. Once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors for their support and faith to the second edition of E4M Play Media Streaming Conference and Awards. Moving forward, we'd like to give you a brief introduction about the awards. So can we have the introductory AV, please?
The emergence of OTT media services has started to change the media space significantly. India's OTT market remains one of the fastest growing markets in the world, and 2020 was the year of OTT. Streaming media has been a boon to all during this pandemic. The fresh content coming our way has helped us survive the lockdown, with consumers seeking out digital entertainment in the stay-at-home system. This new normal is definitely going to continue and stay in demand. This year, OTT has given us some exceptional content, from women-centric shows to real issues, from direct-to-digital movies to the usual light-hearted comedy. It gives us immense joy to bring back to you the second edition of the E4M Play Streaming Media Awards, as we acknowledge the content that came in the year 2020 and reward exceptional performances from web shows to podcasts to brand integrations. E4M Play aims at honoring content and recognizing talent. This year, E4M Play Awards accepted entry nominations between the period of 1st January 2020 and 31st December 2020, offering the entrants to nominate their best work under various subcategories across content, brand integration, marketing, special, and popular awards. We received an overwhelming response with 300 plus nominations, which were discussed, debated, and vouched by our distinguished jury members. This year's grand jury had an eminent panel of top professionals from advertising, marketing, creative, and the content fraternity in India.
Fantastic experience judging for the Play Streaming Media Awards. Some really great content. Really happy that the content industry is moving along, producing some great writing talent, directing talent, acting talent. Really fantastic, really good original stuff, some really fantastic adapted sort of work. A little bit more involving than just judging 30-second ads, the change from 30 seconds to 30 minutes multiplied by 12 episodes. Thank you so much, E4M.
Hi, I'm Shefali Khalsa from SBI General, and I would like to thank Exchange for Media for giving me this opportunity to be a jury at E4M Play Streaming Media Awards 2nd edition. It was a wonderful experience to not just evaluate and judge the finesse, beautiful, creative artwork, but also to connect with the legends from the fraternity. 3 cheers to all the winners. Many congratulations. Thank you.
Hi, I wanted to thank Exchange for Media for inviting me as one of the jury members for E4M Play Streaming Media Awards 2021. It was an honor to be a part of such an esteemed panel. And needless to say, it was an enriching experience. I think whenever you participate in a platform like this, you don't just get to learn a lot, but eventually you grow as a marketer also. And this year we had some great entries coming in. However, few of them clearly stood out in the sense that the winners were able to package their campaign pretty well. I think their campaign was clutter breaking, not just in terms of the communication that they had built, but also the amplification of that particular piece. Third, I think their campaigns were slightly more aligned towards the KPIs that they had set for themselves. So I wanted to congratulate all the winners, and those who have not been able to win this year, I wish them luck for the coming years. Hopefully we'll get to see some great entries in the coming year also. So looking forward to it. Thank you.
The quality of entries this time was very, very good. I think each and every entry required a deliberation, debate to discuss with the entire jury team to arrive at the final consensus. Various aspects were debated, and then only we could arrive at the list that you are looking at. It was a great pleasure actually to interact with so many industry experts. Since it was a cross-industry team, I think I thoroughly enjoyed the entire process and also the entire interaction that happened. Thanks to e4m for building up such a creditable award to evaluate and to identify and motivate the talents across the industry.
It was a good experience looking at the wide array of entries, and even though it's a relatively new category, it was encouraging to see the kind of work that has gone on in the industry in the past 1 year or so.
It was wonderful to be on the jury for the Exchange for Media Play Awards and just to see the wide variety of entries that came in. They were all of such good content and so many different categories, whether it was TV advertising, the new categories of OTT. As a jury member, I really enjoyed watching all the work that you've turned out in the last year. And I want to congratulate all the winners and wish you all the best for the future. Thank you.
Super exciting to be part of the e4m Play Awards 2021 jury. There was some brilliant content, and right from the scripting to direction to production to sound, everything was just pure outstanding. And then you had some really stellar performances, and I am so glad that with e4m Play Awards we are able to give a platform to all the winners. And as a jury, it was really hard. It was really hard for us to shortlist, and because we followed a very stringent, very fair, and a very rigorous process to get to the shortlist and to the winners. And I would also like to congratulate all the shortlists as well as all the medal winners. And thank you so much for making me a part of this jury.
Good evening, everyone. It was an absolute pleasure to be part of the jury, judging some of the finest streaming work that was produced in the year 2020. I must also acknowledge that selecting the best of the work was not easy, because the quality of work was superlative, and one also has to acknowledge that the challenge and the marketing challenge at that each of these pieces of content had to face to get their work to be seen by consumers in a highly cluttered environment. Congratulations to the winners in the evening, and also the ones that didn't win, I must say, take heart. The streaming journey just started, and wish you all the very best in the year 2021. See you soon.
Wonderful. Once again, we would like to thank our eminent panel of jury as well as our jury chair for the time that they have taken to put all the nominations and entries through a rigorous process and detailed analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, keeping in mind the situation at large in our country, we are only doing the medal announcements here this evening. So now, to begin with the medal announcements, we are going to start with our first category, which is Best Integration of Brand in a Web Series, Web Original, Hindi and Regional. Can we have a look at the audiovisual, please?
Necessity is the mother of invention.
So we're really thrilled to be winning the e4m Play Awards 2021 for official Bhutiagiri in the Best Brand Integration category. Integrations are not easy, as any creator will tell you, but online poker is a fun space, and it helped that we were working with a horror comedy so that we could get a laugh in while we do the selling. But she had a client with a sense of humor to allow this to happen. So big shout out to the guys at Adda 52, and also thank you Exchange for Media for bringing good cheer in an otherwise depressing year.
We backed ourselves to pull off a tough project in troubled times with the Vikatan Group, and are truly honored in winning this award. And thank you, Exchange for Media and E4M Play Awards 2021 for giving us this honor. Truly appreciate it. And thanks again to our partner and to all the audience who watched this and made this successful.
Thanks, Sudeep. I have to say thanks a lot to MCG, which have partnered with us for the second time with Vallameta Rayo. Thanks to Exchange for Media, E4M Play Awards 2021 for recognizing us. This is in fact first in the YouTube space. It's a digital daily series. It's the first ever digital daily series with 80 episodes. And we're very happy to have worked with MCG, and they've been amazing partners with us. Thank you very much.
Moving forward to our next category, which is Best Marketing Campaign for Web Original Integrated. Let's see who has won the gold, silver, and bronze medal in this category.
ये ढक नहीं वाटर बॉटल हमें जितनी भी इंफॉर्मेशन मिली है तो सब सुहानी
सौंप दो अपना सब मोह माया मन धन तन सब फिर देखो कैसा
ये मंदोड़ी यार तेजड़िया को बैर और बुल क्यों बोलता है बता बैर जो होता है ना भालू वो हमेशा अपने पंजे से नीचे की ओर मारता है और बुल अपने सिंग से ऊपर उछालता है
Thank you and congratulations to the winners. We're moving forward to our next category, which is Best Marketing Campaign for a Web Original Digital. We have a gold, silver, and bronze medal winner in this category. Let's take a look at the names.
Thank you so much for the award. The internet is truly a wonderful place where a startup with a great story can build a community and deliver 2020's most watched show, going up against some of India's largest media companies. This one is for the cast and crew of Operation MBBS, but most importantly, thank you to our Dice Media fan community for always showing up for us.
These are difficult times, and it's not easy to celebrate these wins, but in some way at least, they help lift our spirits and bring some much needed optimism. On behalf of Spotify India, I would like to thank the jury, the Exchange for Media Group, and everyone connected with these awards. I also want to thank the Netflix and Wavemaker teams for being such amazing partners and letting us share in their glory. And most importantly, I want to remember and thank our medical staff, frontline workers, volunteers, and all those who have come together to help our fellow citizens in their time of need. While there are no awards being handed out to them, let's respect their sacrifices by staying home, masking up, and helping our community in any way we can.
542,000 dedications. The campaign was a phenomenal success. The playlist, My Love Guru, garnered the highest streams and shares.
Once again, like our winners said, let's keep all our frontline workers in mind and celebrate them in our own way, help them and keep the safety in mind. Moving forward to our next category, which is Best Marketing Campaign for Launch of a Web Original. We have a silver and bronze medal winner in this category. Let's take a look at the audiovisual.
अब दो अपना सब मोह माया मन धन तन सब फिर देखो कैसा आनंद
We got Asad to hack Youth's Instagram handle, and the character development began right there and then before the show could even launch.
Moving forward to our next category, which is Best Marketing Campaign for the release of a film or movie on OTT. We only have one winner, which is a gold medal winner. Let's take a look at the audiovisual.
அவன் ஓகே, ஆனா ஒரு கடவுளை வசதி இன்னொரு கடவுளை திட்டம் பாரு, அவன் தெரிஞ்சான்.
Moving forward to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is Best Marketing Campaign by an OTT platform. We have two winners, which is gold and silver. Let's take a look at the audiovisual, please.
Story. We got Asad to hack Youth's Instagram handle, and the character development began right there and then before the show could even launch.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for the awards. Delighted to be accepting these for Woot Select. The year gone by is going to go down in history as one of a kind. But for us at Woot, it is also going to stand for the launch of Woot Select and for the cult that Asur became. The year forced us to pivot. It made us look at different ways of reaching out to our consumers. And with a show like Gone Game, it went down pretty much to the concept of the show itself. We've had an exciting year and we're very excited with what we have lined up for you for the rest of the year. So stay tuned to Woot Select. Like we'd like to say, our story is just beginning, right? So stay safe, take care, and see you soon.
Thank you. With that, we're moving forward to announcing the next medal in the category of Best Performance Marketing Campaign. Let's take a look at the audiovisual. Moving forward to our next subcategory, which is Best Influencer Marketing Campaign. Let's take a look at the audiovisual. Here we have a gold medal winner and 2 silver medal winners, and as well as 2 bronze winners in this category. Let's take a look who's won which medal.
objective was to ensure awareness around the brand new juicy films and engage the consumer for longer affinity.
We at the Content Lab are thrilled to have won this award at a time when engaging in interactive content has derived a whole new meaning and relevance as we are spending so much time on our phones. Thanks to a super team that helped put this together, Aradhna, Nilesh, Zainab, great job guys. And of course the wonderful team at Brand Alpenliebe, Sabya, Sumedha, thanks for believing in us and thanks for believing in this idea. Kudos and congratulations to the whole team.
Thank you, Team E4M and the entire jury of E4M Play Awards 2021 for giving us this opportunity and awarding us as the best influencer marketing campaign for Navatin Cool Champi. And I would like to thank the entire Imami family for believing in us, for showing us the support at all times and even today. And of course, the entire Mad Influence family and the influencers who have been very supportive for all the campaigns that we do day in and day out. So I wish all the best for all the other participants. Stay home, stay safe.
Where we collaborated with India's top-ranked PUBG team, Soul Army, to change their team name to Raktanchalami in the game.
Okay, so obviously since I'm your virtual Santa this year, I have some exciting news for you. You guys can follow my trip to Dharamshala on the...
On behalf of Make My Trip, I would like to thank Exchange for Media for organizing these Play Awards. A special thanks to all the jury members for choosing our campaigns as winners in the performance marketing and influencer marketing category. This further boosts our confidence and assuring us that we are on the right track. Our brand philosophy has always been to come up with the relevant propositions for the consumers and communicate them in an engaging way. We would also like to thank our social media agency, The Glitch, and influencer marketing agency, LV Media, for executing these campaigns to perfection. Thank you.
मुझे लगता है जब तक हमारे पास अटैक का कोई कंक्रीट प्लान नहीं है, नेगोशिएशन इज द ओनली ऑप्शन।
ये खेल तुमसे मुझसे बहुत बड़ा है पृथ्वी।
With that, we're moving forward to our next category, which is Best Audio-Led Marketing Campaign. Let's take a look at who is winning the medals in this category.
With the Dedicate Now button, the brand channel became a one-stop destination for romance and networking. We maximized its visibility.
JioSaavn leveraged Maximus, a full-screen display ad experience to boost engagement. Users could share KitKat-themed playlists with friends on WhatsApp or stream directly.
Thank you and congratulations to all the winners. Moving forward to our next category, which is Best Use of Video Marketing on Social Platforms. Let's find out the winners through this audiovisual.
देश के पहियों को ही चलाता है तो जिम्मेदारी से हाथ कैसे धोए? जब रास्तों को ही घर बनाया।
I'm delighted that the Thank You Indian Truckers campaign by Tata Motors has emerged as a winner at the e4m Play Awards 2021 organized by Exchange for Media. This award is a testimony and celebration of the tireless hard work shown by our truckers during times of crisis. The creative and media agencies, Rage Communications, Havas Media, ensured that the heartfelt message was conveyed effectively across all channels with seamless and strategic media promotion. I would once again like to say thank you, Indian truckers, for continuing to serve us despite overwhelming odds all these times. Thank you so much.
We partnered with Google to track the explosive growth in recipe searches and a trend analysis revealed an increase for quick dessert recipes.
On behalf of the entire team that works on Oreo, both at Digitas and Leo Burnett, I'd like to thank Exchange for Media and the jury of the e4m Play Award 2021 for this award. It's been an extremely difficult year for all of us, and to win recognition for work done in the middle of a pandemic is hugely satisfying and a big motivator to the entire team. So thank you, and thank you to our clients as well who supported us and allowed us to do this kind of work. Please stay safe, stay well, and we will get through this together.
PaisaBazaar.com has an emotional proposition. Paisa se Nakarta. The idea was to appeal to emotional side of consumers' mind.
Thank you, Exchange for Media, for this honor. PaisaBazaar.com is that financial friend which believes in relations which are more than just money and transactions. Therefore, stemming from our Peso Se Badhkar brand philosophy, my father's dream is one such story, which is all about aspirations, dreams, joy, and about a relation which is truly Peso Se Badhkar. Thank you once again for this wonderful recognition. Stay home, stay safe. Thank you.
We also had you address mental health. We teamed up with experts like Dr. Aditi Govitrikar, Mickey Mehta, and Luke Coutinho.
I am thrilled to receive this award on behalf of the team that worked tirelessly on the campaign Kahan Gayi Meri Cadbury. It was quite a task to take on how to launch the product during a lockdown. And Wavemaker, Ogilvy, the category team came together with this idea on making Cadbury disappear from everywhere. Hoardings, digital, packaging, we roped in influencers, we went all out on media to ensure that we're able to reach this campaign when no one was really stepping out. So in the end, Cadbury was found in our new launch in a cake, and really excited about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, moving forward to our next category, which is Best Use of Technology for Video Content. And we have just one medal winner in this category. Let's take a look at the audiovisual.
But the best part तो अभी बाकी है मेरे दोस्त. These videos were not just limited to viewers' entertainment, but extended to technology.
Action. Last year, when national lockdown was announced, we wanted to reinforce the message that it was imperative for people to stay indoors. So a show that told people, "Ghar se karo, India ko entertain" was born. Multiple teams here in Flipkart Video came together, remotely of course, to create this first-of-a-kind interactive reality format. Entertainer number 1 was a masterclass in teamwork, innovation and agility. It feels really amazing to be recognized for this. From the team here at Flipkart Video, many thanks to e4m Play Awards.
Now we know during these really difficult times, memes and emojis have been something that has given us few smiles and few laughters around. We're going to our next category, which is Best Use of Memes and Emojis by a Brand or Platform. Let's take a look at this audio visual.
largest news portal, The Times of India, and created an experiential narrative-based interrogation game with the show premise of Can You Solve the Sanjeev?
Thank you, jury, for this lovely and wonderful award on behalf of me and my entire team. Thank you to each and every member of the team who worked on this campaign and made this campaign successful. Thank you.
These are tough times, with people being distanced from the near and dear ones. At Captain Morgan, we recognize the importance of banter in bringing people together, in forging friendships, in keeping us going. An insight that shaped the Captain Morgan's IPL campaign. The memes, the levity it brought, was all a way to introduce some light moments in lives of our consumers. So thank you Exchange for Media and the jury for E4M Play Awards for recognizing that. Please stay safe, everyone.
That we're moving forward to our next category, which is best use of gamification by a brand or platform. Can we have the AV, please?
But the best part तो अभी बाकी है मेरे दोस्त. These videos were not just limited to viewers' entertainment, but extended to technology.
Quickly moving to our next category, which is best use of video by or on a brand-owned channel. Let's take a look at the audiovisual.
मैं समय हूँ, चलो इस वर्ल्ड टीवी डे पे तुम्हें ले चलूं, टीवी के इस हसीन सफर पे.
A strange year, unusual routines, but India witnessed a new playground for the entire family, the kitchen.
On behalf of the entire team that works on Oreo, both at Digitas and Leo Burnett, I'd like to thank Exchange for Media and the jury of the E4M Play Award 2021 for this award. It's been an extremely difficult year for all of us, and to win recognition for work done in the middle of a pandemic is hugely satisfying and a big motivator to the entire team. So thank you, and thank you to our client as well who supported us and allowed us to do this kind of work. Please stay safe, stay well, and we will get through this together.
Love. Everybody has the right to it. To revolutionize it, to find pride in it, to celebrate it.
Moving to our next category, which is best integration by an OTT platform with TV. Let's play this. Moving towards the next category, which is best video trailer or promo for a web show. We have 3 medal winners in this category, a gold, silver, and bronze. Let's take a look at this audiovisual and find out who wins which one. Our next category is Best Use of Video Marketing on Digital or OTT Platform by a Brand, FMCG. Let's find out the winners in this category.
तो कुछ लोग उठ खड़े हुए हमारे आपके बीच से हमें आपको याद दिलाना।
Namaste. The greeting so good signifies that the divine man bows to the divine in me.
नजर उतारेंगे जब मेरा निहार शांति आमला ना सिर्फ मुझे दे खूबसूरत बात बल्कि इसके लाभ का 5% जाए इनकी शिक्षा की ओर। निहार शांति आमला।
Such beautiful videos that we've seen from different brands. Many congratulations to all of them. Moving forward to our next category, which is Best Use of Video Marketing on Digital or OTT Platform by a Brand, BFSI. Can we have the AV, please?
आप हर साल अपनी टैक्स प्लानिंग एंड मोमेंट पे क्यों करते हैं? मिसेस मल्होत्रा, आप बताएं। हर साल टैक्स बचाने के चक्कर में।
Thank you Exchange for Media for the e4m Play Award for Best Use of Video Marketing on Digital. Built on the human insight that we wait for that HR mail to start planning on our taxes, we used the spoof route to drive the point home. Fortunately for us, the campaign won a lot of love, interaction, and also accolades and appreciation. Thank you for the award again.
Congratulations. Moving forward to our next category, which is Best Use of Video Marketing on Digital or OTT Platform by a Brand in the category Media. Let's take a look.
मास्क न लटके कानों पर, ठोडी पर ना सजाएं, नाक और मुंह सब ढके बराबर, ऐसे मास्क लगाएं अर्थात अपनी जान बचाएं।
Love. Everybody has the right to it. To revolutionize it, to find pride in it, to celebrate it.
And our next category is Best Use of Video Marketing on Digital or OTT Platform by a Brand in the Others category. Let's take a look.
हर घर से लाता है अपना ही किस्सा।
I'd like to thank the Exchange for Media team and the e4m Play jury for this award. The entire project was pulled off in just 10 days from concept to final execution with the team at Teen Bandar led by co-founder Savio Joseph. Lastly, none of this would be possible without the complete and total support of our clients at Paytm, especially Abhinav and Nitish. So thank you for that as well. Stay home, stay safe, stay healthy.
All of us at W are super excited to win this award. Thank you so much, Exchange for Media Play Awards.
Hi, thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to start by thanking the organizers Exchange for Media and e4m Play Awards for recognizing healthcare superstars. And secondly, I would like to thank the senior management of Cipla
the management of emerging market and Europe, Nishant Saxena and his team, the legal, the medical, the IT, the collaborative effort has made this successful. And last but not the least, my manager, Mr. Purnendu Seth, for having complete support and having complete trust in me in ensuring I make this a success. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure just like me, you've also seen a surge of many short films and videos that are made for social cause, and it's been a great surprise and a good welcome for all of us. So here it is, our next category, which is Best Short Film or Video for Social Cause. We have one gold medal winner in this category. Let's take a look at the audiovisual.
पापा की कहते थे बब्बू भूल गया कुछ ऐसा बड़ा काम करो कि दुकान
छोटी पै जाए अरे दीदी लेकिन उनका मतलब कस्टमर से था
Moving forward to our next category, a new one coming up in this era, which is Best Podcast. And we have 3 medal winners in this category. Let's take a look at who are the winners.
नवाजुद्दीन साहब बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका कार में पत्रकार हमारी विशेष सीरीज में बहुत से काम किए नाटक करने के पहले थिएटर। नमस्कार दोस्तों, मैं सुमित अवस्थी हूँ। टीवी पर आपने न्यूज़ एंकरिंग करते हुए, न्यूज़ शोज करते हुए कई बार देखा होगा, लेकिन आज किसी और वजह से मैं आपके सामने हूँ। सबसे पहले तो मैं शुक्रिया अदा कर दूँ कि मैं उसके बाद बताता हूँ कि मैं क्यों आज आपके साथ यहाँ पर बात कर रहा हूँ। एक्सचेंज फॉर मीडिया प्ले अवार्ड्स की जो जूरी है 2021 की, उसका तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। हमने एक नया कोशिश की थी, एक नई कोशिश थी मेरी तरफ से। एक सीरीज हमने एबीपी पॉडकास्ट पे शुरू की, कार में पत्रकार, जिसमें हमको कुछ ऐसी सेलिब्रिटीज के इंटरव्यू करने थे जिनसे न्यूज़ पॉइंट नहीं ढूंढना था, उनके लाइफ के टचिंग मोमेंट्स के बारे में बातचीत करनी थी। पॉडकास्ट के लिए मेरा ये पहला अनुभव था। टीवी पे काम करना ज़्यादा आसान होता है, मुझे अब समझ में आ रहा है, लेकिन वो कोशिश आप लोगों को पसंद आई, जूरी को पसंद आई, जूरी ने उसको अवार्ड दिया। इसके लिए तहे दिल से आपका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ। सीजन 1 खत्म हो चुका है, कार में पत्रकार का सीजन 2 लेकर आपके इस मोटिवेशन के बाद बहुत जल्द लौटूंगा। और एक चीज़ और कहना चाहता हूँ यहाँ पे आखिर में, ये सक्सेस मुझे नहीं मिलती अगर मेरे साथ एबीपी पॉडकास्ट की टीम नहीं होती, अगर मेरे पास एबीपी नेटवर्क का बैकअप नहीं होता। तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया नेटवर्क, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया टीम एंड बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जूरी। थैंक यू सो मच।
ये केस स्टडी देखकर बदलेगी नए जमाने की कविताओं की और कवियों की छवि, because we are going to talk.
If you've seen Frozen countless times, then chances are you are a parent. You already know parenting is like a second full-time job.
Moving forward to our next category, which is Best UGC Platform, which is User-Generated Content Platform. Let's take a look at the medal winner in this category.
The next couple of months saw spirits down and many faces with frowns. So when the time came, we knew we had to rebound.
Our next category is Best Use of Technology for or by an OTT Platform. Let's take a look at the audiovisual.
On behalf of Spotify India, I would like to thank the jury, the Exchange for Media Group, and everyone connected with this award. I also want to thank the Wavemaker and Mondelez teams for being such amazing partners and letting us build this winning combination. Music and love go together so well that our work with Mondelez was bound to be amazing. Here's hoping that the sweetness of chocolate and the rhythms of music can continue to uplift us in these difficult times. Wishing all our colleagues, partners, clients, peers, and the wider industry at large a safe and healthy future, and the strength to deal with these difficult times.
Moving forward to our next category, which is Best Video Distribution Strategy. Let's play the AV. Our next category is a fun one. It's the Best Music Video. We have 3 medal winners in this category, a gold, silver, and bronze. Let's take a look at the winners through this audiovisual.
We thank Exchange for Media and the jury for this award. It has been an outstanding partnership with the teams of iDiva and TimesBridge to bring together our community across India in a beautiful music video.
On behalf of Island Studios and our CEO Angad Bhatia, I'd like to express immense gratitude to e4m for honoring us with this award for Best Music Video, Saath Saath Mein. It was shot and recorded completely remotely and in the middle of a pandemic, and it was a Herculean task. So I'd like to thank each and every team member of ours who worked relentlessly to pull it off, and of course our incredible partners, Team Smule. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, I'm Ashish Dugal. I look after growth and operations at Chimpanzee Inc. At the onset, I'd like to thank the whole Chim family and the amazing Tata Sky team. It's not very often that the clients become a part of your family, right? But Tata Sky is a household name. Hence, not only are they a part of a Chim family, they're also a part of yours. A phenomenal brand that we are proud to have a half a decade long partnership with. And we hope to honor this partnership with many more awards to come. Our heartfelt thanks goes to the jury at e4m Play Awards. We are related to receive the Best Music Video and the Best Use of Video Awards. Last but not the least, a big thanks to the entire Chim family without whom this would have not been possible. We're going to be back soon with many more Jingalala campaigns. Thank you so much.
Love. Everybody has the right to it. To revolutionize it, to find pride in it, to celebrate it.
Our next category is Best Branded Content Studio. Let's take a look at the winners through this audiovisual.
Thank you to e4m Play Awards for recognizing The Rabbit Hole as the best branded content studio. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Rishabh, who leads the studio, our client partners, and all the people who work inside of The Rabbit Hole for making this happen for us. Thanks Exchange for Media and TRH.
Hello everyone. I would like to thank e4m Play Awards and the jury for choosing us as the best branded content studio. And I would like to accept this award on behalf of the entire team at the Island Studios. This award is a testimony to the faith and belief that our clients have shown in us. And I just hope that we continue the good work and come back year after year to win the same award. Thank you so much. We're so excited.
Moving forward to our next category, which is Best Kids Show on Web. Let's take a look at the winners. Moving forward to our next category, which is Best Talk Show on Web. Let's find out the medal winners with this audiovisual.
everybody, and welcome to the very first episode of WWE Now India.
Hello everyone, I'm Galen Mendonça and I would like to thank Exchange for Media for recognizing and honoring our show WWE Now India as the best talk show on the web. What can I say? Good choice. Well guys, keep supporting us, keep recognizing our work like that, and we promise to do better and better and better. Thank you very much.
Through countless Zoom glitches and multiple internet issues, we still delivered the episodes in studio quality sound. That's why.
जिंदगी में पहली बार इस शो में दो कंपोजर आते हैं और एक दूसरे का कोई एक गाना अपने अपने तरीके से पेश
This is Vishal Darlani. I'm on behalf of the team of Times of Music, MX Player, Woggle Creative and Content, and Victor Tango Entertainment, as well as all the brilliant talent that contributed to making our show and the music come to life. I want to thank E4M Play Awards 2021, organized by Exchange for Media. Thank you for recognizing and rewarding the sheer passion, love, and hard work that went into Times of Music. Rock and roll, baby.
To empower young change makers who are actively bringing about a revolution in their communities.
Each week, Neha caught up with someone that...
I'm thrilled to announce our next category, which is Best Thriller Show on Web. Let's find out our medal winners with this audio visual.
बॉम्बे का टॉप का माल है और तू बोल रहा है मेरे को माल नहीं दिखा.
There's a new green pill that's hit the streets. They're calling it magic.
Hi, I'd like to thank E4M Play Awards for this recognition. I'd also like to thank MX Player and all the people who helped us put this show together, especially Gautam Talwar. And most importantly, I'd like to thank my team at Jamik Films, especially my producers Mekhla and Akshay, and all the other people who helped us put this show together. Thank you very much.
Moving forward to our next category, which is Best Web Series International. Let's find out the medal winner in this category. Our next category is Best Web Series International. The next category has 3 medal winners, Best Drama Show on Web. Let's find out who the winners are with this audio visual.
Thank you Exchange for Media for giving the E4M Play Awards to Jamtara for the best drama show on the web.
अंगद मुझे घर ड्रॉप कर दे.
ये अंगद तुम्हें कब से ड्रॉप करने लग गया?
जब से तुम करियर बनाने लग गए.
मुझे हो क्या गया? मैं गुस्से पे काम कर.
तू क्यों
यार गजड़िया को बैर और बुल क्यों बोलता है? बता. बैर जो होता है ना भालू, वो हमेशा अपने पंजे से नीचे की ओर मारता है और बुल अपने सिंग से ऊपर उछालता है.
I'm sure seeing some of your favorite shows win awards must have brought a smile on your face. Let's move forward now to our next category, which is Best Web Series Regional. We have 2 silver and 1 bronze medal winner in this category. Let's take a look at the audiovisual.
We backed ourselves to pull off a tough project in troubled times with the Vickerton Group, and are truly honored in winning this award. And thank you, Exchange for Media and E4M Play Awards 2021 for giving us this honor. Truly appreciate it. And thanks again to our partner and to all the audience who watched this and made this successful.
Thanks, Sudeep. I have to say thanks a lot to MCG, which have partnered with us for the second time with Vallameta Rayo. Thanks to Exchange for Media, E4M Play Awards 2021 for recognizing us. This is in fact first in the YouTube space. It's a digital daily series. It's the first ever digital daily series with 80 episodes. And we're very happy to have worked with MCG, and they've been amazing partners with us. Thank you very much.
सुदर्शन चक्रपाणी, जो उसका भूतकाल था वही तुम्हारा भविष्य काल है।
Hi, on behalf of my partner Arjun Singh Baran and me Karthik Nishandar, we would like to take this opportunity to thank Exchange for Media for recognizing Samantar Season 1 as the best web series in the regional category. We would like to thank the author of the book, late Mr. Suhas Shirvarkar, and his wife, Mrs. Suhas Shirvarkar, who's helped us bind this project together from day one. We would like to thank the team at MX Player, Gautam Talwar, Abhishek Vakil, and Ninad Raikar, along with the rest of the team, who've been a part of this journey from day one. We would like to thank the director, the captain of the ship, Satish Ajwade, the writer Ambrahada, and our actors, Swapnil Joshi, Nitesh Bharadwaj, and Tejaswini Pandit, who have given their best performance on screen the way it looks. We would like to thank the core team on ground, the production team, the direction team, and the entire team who put in all their hard-earned efforts and helped the show look the way it looks today. Thank you so much. We are very glad to get this award.
Hi everybody, I hope you and your family are doing great. I want to thank E4M for this award. Chaturangam as a show is very close to our hearts, and this award means a lot to the entire team. Thank you once again for the award.
Moving forward to our next category, popular category rather to say, Best Web Series Hindi. We have 1 gold, 1 silver, and 2 bronze medal winners in this category. Let's find out who wins which.
Thank you, Exchange for Media, for so much love and so many awards coming our way for all of our shows. When I'd set up Tipping Point few years ago, if somebody had told me that we will be winning so much love and so many rewards, I wouldn't have believed him, but here we are. And I have to thank my entire team at Tipping Point and my co-creators, Somendra, Pushi, as well as Imtiaz for getting us here. Thank you so much. These are tough times. Let's count our blessings. Thank you.
अंगद मुझे घर ड्रॉप कर दे।
ये अंगद तुम्हें कब से ड्रॉप करने लग गया?
जब से तुम करियर बनाने लग गए।
मुझे हो क्या गया मैं गुस्से पे काम कर। तू क्यों
कलयुग अपनी चरम सीमा पर तो अच्छे लोग भ्रष्ट हो जाएंगे।
At Boot, we believe we are made for stories, and the endeavor always is to tell the best possible stories that will entertain and create an impact. Thank you, Exchange for Media, and thank you to the audience for recognizing this effort with this award for Asur. A big thank you also to the creative team that is behind the brilliance of Asur. Oni, our director with the eye for the minutest of details. Gaurav Shukla and the writing team for thinking and developing this clutter breaker. Tanveer Bukwala for giving shape to this vision. And last but not the least, the creative team at Booth Select that constantly strives to find the finest stories to tell. Thank you very much.
नहर जो होता है ना भालू, वो हमेशा अपने पंजे से नीचे की ओर मारता है और बुल अपने सिंग से ऊपर उछालता है.
Moving to our next category, which is best performance by a child actor. Let's take a look at this audiovisual and find out who has won this medal.
Hello everyone, my name is Aditi Subedi and I am very honored by this award that I have got for Me Raksam. And I am very grateful to Baba Uncle, Shivana Bua, my dance teacher Dipali Salilakka, Danish Hussain sir who played my Abbu, and Z5. Thank you E4M Play Awards.
Moving towards another popular category, which is Best Actor in a Web Series Debut, male and female. We have 2 gold winners and 2 bronze winners in this category. Let's find out the winners through this audiovisual.
बालों से गेमर होते तो इंडिया के टॉप गेमर होते.
I think this is something what happens when you expect nothing but you receive a lot. This is something when you put your heart into your work. So I'm nothing but grateful, and I would like to say again thanks to E4M, my director, producer, Viacom, Netflix, everyone, my co-actors, my fans, for just being there for me, and I think a lot more to come. Thank you so much.
Moving forward to our next category, which is Best Couple or Jodi in a Web Series. Let's find out the winners with this audiovisual.
Arshad Shantilal Mehta, Big Boot, man of integrity. DSC का बच्चन है बच्चन. Is he an idiot? Arshad Shantilal Mehta, Big Boot, man of integrity. DSC का बच्चन है बच्चन. Is he an idiot?
Everyone, hope you all are fine. Thank you E4M for this lovely award. I'd also like to thank Sony and Applause for making this show possible. And last but not the least, Mr. Hansal Mehta and Mr. Jay Mehta, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to work with you. Thank you. Innocent until proven guilty.
Hotstar Specials presents Criminal Justice.
हेलो एवरीवन, मैं E4M Play 2021 अवार्ड्स की बहुत बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि उन्होंने मुझे द बेस्ट कपल जोड़ी का अवार्ड दिया है फॉर क्रिमिनल जस्टिस बिहाइंड द क्लोज डोर्स. एंड द ऑर्गेनाइजर्स एक्सचेंज फॉर मीडिया, आपका भी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. And I would also like to thank BBC Studios and the Applause Entertainment and the entire cast and crew of Criminal Justice, and especially Apurv Asrani ji for writing such a brilliant character. Thank you so much.
Moving forward to our next category, sometimes the negative characters become so enduring to you. Am I right? I'm sure you're going to find out more about them with this category, which is Best Actor in a Negative Role, Male and Female. We have 1 gold medal winner, 2 silver, and 2 bronze winner in this category. Let's find out who is winning the medal. Let's take a look at the audiovisual.
बॉम्बे का टॉप का माल है और तू बोल रहा है मेरे को माल नहीं दिखा.
There's a new green pill that's hit the streets. They're calling it magic. Pata karo kaun bana.
I'm Kunal Naik, and I'm really excited to get this award from e4m Play Awards and Exchange for Media. I would like to congratulate the entire cast and crew of High, Jamik Films and MX Player. Thank you once again e4m Play Awards for this recognition. Take care and be safe.
मैजिक कहाँ से आता है?
तेरी माँ की से लेके आते हैं.
कोई ऐसे ड्रग्स क्यों बेचेगा जो ड्रग्स की डिपेंडेंसी कोई.
Thank you E4M Play Awards for honoring me as the best actor in a negative role for my work in High. This is the first win for me ever in this category, and that makes it special. I want to thank my director Nikhil Rao for trusting me with the part and holding my hand through the filming. I also thank our producer Mekla Krishnaswamy for creating such a warm and fun environment to film this amazing story. And finally, I want to thank MX for all their support and vision with the cutting edge content that they are backing. Thank you all very much.
Hi, I'm Amey Wagh, and I'm thrilled to have won the Best Actor in a Negative Role award for Asur at the Exchange for Media Play Awards. I think Asur was an enriching experience, and I'm more than happy to have won an award for Asur. I would like to thank the creative team, the entire cast and crew of Asur, and the creative team at Wood Select as well. I think it's a great ray of hope in these dark times. Though Asur was a dark show, but I just hope we do the second season soon and get nominated for the awards again next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much Exchange for Media Awards for giving me this honor. Sasya was a unique beast that I had to tame, and I'm glad it connected with people. I would like to thank Imtiaz Ali for writing this part and giving it to me, and the team at Netflix and Viacom 18 for backing something like this. And this is my first award, so it's always going to be special. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and our congratulations to all the winners. Moving forward to our next category, again a popular one, which says Best Actor in a Supporting Role, Male or Female. We have a gold medal winner in this, a silver special jury mention, and 2 bronze with another special jury mention award. Let's take a look at the audiovisual and find out which medal goes to whom.
फुटप्रिंट. मैं नहीं चाहती यार कि इस गवर्नमेंट को मेरी कोई भी इंफॉर्मेशन मिले. प्राइवेसी इज मस्ट.
करोगे क्या इतनी प्राइवेसी का? Unless you really have something to hide.
तो आपका भी तो हो सकता है.
ये तो सिर्फ शुरुआत है.
Hello everyone.
everyone. I would like to thank everyone at Exchange for Media for honoring me with this award for my portrayal in Asur, and also I would like to take this as another opportunity to thank all the people that made this whole thing possible. So let me just receive this award on behalf of the whole team, my co-actors, basically everyone who made this thing possible, made Asur possible. Thanks.
इश्क है तो इश्क। देख मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती।
हाय नमस्कार, मैं हूं हेमंत खेर और मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूं E4M प्ले अवार्ड्स 2021 और ऑर्गेनाइजर्स एक्सचेंज फॉर मीडिया का, क्योंकि उन्होंने मुझे नवाजा है बेस्ट सपोर्टिंग एक्टर के अवार्ड से। थैंक यू सो मच। स्कैम 1992 के लिए ये अवार्ड मिला है। मैं बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूं और मैं अपनी टीम का भी बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूं फॉर ऑलवेज सपोर्टिंग मी। थैंक यू सो मच।
टेकिंग इनटू कस्टडी।
और आपको पता है मेरा सबसे बड़ा क्राइम क्या है? कि मैं हर्षद मेहता हूँ।
Moving towards another popular category, which is Best Actor in a Web Series Female. In this category, we have three medal winners, which is gold, silver, and bronze, and another extra award for a special jury mention award. Let's find out who the winners are with this audiovisual.
जब तक आप मुझे कुछ नहीं बताएंगे।
Hi everyone, I'm Kirti Kulhari. I wanted to thank Exchange for Media for awarding me with the Best Actor in a Female Lead in a Web Series for Criminal Justice Season 2 at the E4M Play Awards 2021. It means a lot to receive an award for criminal justice. Thank you to all my fans for all the love they showered on the series and for taking home with them what the series is talking about. I hope everyone's staying home and staying safe. Take care, everyone. Lots of love, lots of blessings. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I hope you all are safe and taking care of everyone around you in these critical times. A big thank you to Exchange for Media for giving me this award. And I would like to thank the entire cast and crew of Jamtara for making this journey possible and fulfilled. Every single penny belongs to the people of India.
Joint Director CBI. Arshad Mehta, taking into custody.
Hi, my name is Shreya Dharmantri. I want to thank Exchange for Media and E4M Play Awards 2021 for giving me the Best Actor and the Best Couple Jodi to me and Pratik for Scam. It's the first time I think we got an award like that, so it's pretty cool. Thank you all so much. I'm truly grateful. This goes out to no one else but the audience and the entire cast and crew and the team of Scam 1992, the Harshad Mehta story. Thank you so much.
Divorce. It's every man's dream, isn't it?
Hello. I hope you all are taking care of yourself and staying at home. In this difficult times, such an encouragement for an artist means a lot. Thank you Pushpender sir for believing in me. Thank you Neeraj, my co-actor, my wonderful talented co-actor, for supporting me. Thank you Viacom 18 and Netflix for producing, creating such wonderful stories for the audience. I'm very happy to get this award. I thank all of you for this. Thank you very much. Stay safe.
Thank you and congratulations to the winners. We're moving forward to the next popular category. Of course, it is Best Actor in a Web Series Male category. And here we have a gold medal winner, a silver medal winner, 2 bronze medal winners, and a special jury mention award as well. Can we have the AV, please?
Well, first of all, I would like to say a big thanks to Exchange 4 Media for giving me this prestigious E4M play for Best Actor in Web Series. Of course, the jury for considering me worthy. And I think this is the right time to say thanks to all of those who have added into this winning. So I would like to say, of course, a big thanks to Somendra Pari sir for believing in me, Ajit sir, Anjali ma'am, Team e4m for accepting me, of course Netflix for giving me a place, a platform where I can showcase what I have, and I have a lot. So yes, thank you so much. And my fans, my co-actors, everyone, you have added a lot. Stay safe, stay young, stay sexy. Bye-bye.
Wow, Best Actor Award for Asur. Thank you so much. Exchange for Media Play Streaming Awards. Really generous of you, really nice. I worked hard and feels good when you get a pat on your back, you know, for what you do. I must also say that I wouldn't have been able to do without the wonderful team that I had. Voot, my director Oni, Gaurav, my writer, my lovely co-stars, Barun, Riddhi, and just all of them. There's so many of them. Yes, and Tanveer. Tanveer is the guy I must thank because he was the one who actually got me to do this role, you know. He saw this side of me, which most people don't. So, thank you, Tanveer. Thank you, everybody. Thank you again.
बैर जो होता है ना भालू, वो हमेशा अपने पंजे से नीचे की ओर मारता है और बुल अपने सिंग से ऊपर उछालता है।
तुम खाए से पहले तंबाकू ना भागा करो।
उनका कौन हम प्रैक्टिस करेगा?
Before I met you, I didn't know I can have feelings.
आदाब, नमस्कार, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इस इज्जत से नवाजने के लिए। काम करते वक्त तो नहीं सोचा था कि इतना आगे तक जाएगा और लोग इस तरह से सराहेंगे, लेकिन इस इनाम से जो आपने मुझे नवाजा है उसके लिए तहे दिल से शुक्रिया। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया पुष्पेंद्र मिश्रा साहब का, जिन्होंने ये सीरीज़ लिखी और इसको डायरेक्ट किया। ताजमहल 1989, द टीम एट फ्लाइंग सॉसर्स, सोनाली, चिराग एंड एवरीबडी एल्स देयर, Viacom 18 Studios, Divya, Kanchan, the team at Netflix, and most of all, my co-actors, Gitanjali Kulkarni, Shiva Chadda, Neeraj Kabi, Anuj Singh Dhaka, all of you were marvelous. It was ताली दो हाथ से बजती है, खाली मेरे परफॉर्म करने से कुछ नहीं होता है। आप लोगों ने मुझे हौसला दिया, और उसके अलावा एक्सचेंज फॉर मीडिया, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर रिकग्नाइजिंग मी एंड गिविंग मी the Best Actor Male in a Web Series Jury Award for Tajmahal 1989.
Once again, congratulations to all our winners. And if you've seen your favorite actors get the award, don't forget to give them your best wishes using the hashtag E4mplay. We'd love to hear from all of you. Moving forward to our next category, which is Best Production Company or Content Studio. Let's take a look at the audiovisual.
Hi, I'm Kirti Shetty, and I'm really happy and excited about winning at the E4M Play 2021. Thank you so much for this honor and recognizing all the hard work that has gone in from the Geo7 podcast team. Thank you once again, and we can't wait to show off this trophy to everybody. Thank you so much, E4M.
Moving forward to our next category, which is a big one, Best OTT Platform of the Year Regional. We have 2 gold medal winners and a bronze medal winner in this category. Let's find out who is winning which medal with this audiovisual.
I'm very grateful to the entire team of Exchange for Media, Anurag Batra and jury members for having considered PTC Play in their award ceremony. We're highly grateful for this award. It also recognizes the unique contribution of PTC Network through our app, that is the virtual reality telecast in any app in the world. We do live virtual reality telecast from the Golden Temple every day through this app, besides giving serials, movies, comedy shows, talent hunts. We also do auditions through the app. It's a very, very unique app which has live running channels and unique content. Again, grateful and many thanks to the jury.
I just wanted to say thank you to the E4M team, the Exchange for Media team, for having Hoichoi win the Regional OTT Player of the Year. Thank you. It's a big honor for us, and it validates what we stand for, what we've set out to achieve. At the same time, I just wanted to wish you all the very best for the E4M Play Conference and Awards that are about to come up. All the very best, and thank you once again.
Moving forward for another big award, which is Best OTT Platform of the Year. Let's find out which is the best OTT platform of the year with this audiovisual. Can we have the AV, please?
Thank you to all at Exchange for Media for this incredible honor. I'm humbled to accept this on behalf of our wonderful storytellers, our phenomenal cast and crew, and my stunning colleagues. At Netflix, we see our role as creative enablers, helping amazing artists bring their stories to life, and also helping audiences like you discover your next favorite show or film. These are incredibly hard times for India and the world, and we hope we recover from them soon. We feel fortunate that we are able to give some comfort to people in these times and to connect them through stories. Thank you again, and stay safe.
Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving towards a very special category, which is called the Jury Choice Awards, where we have Best Writer, Best Director, Best Cinematographer, Best Editor, Best Production Design, Best Sound Design, and Best Music Metal winners. So can we have the audiovisual, please, for the Jury Choice Awards?
बैंड बजा दिया। सुना है मैजिक का सबसे बड़ा सप्लायर वही है। कुछ गलत थिंकिंग नहीं कर रहा। लोग ड्रग्स बेच रहे हैं, बॉल बेयरिंग नहीं। What's it's gonna be dangerous.
Thank you, Exchange for Media. Thank you, E4M Play Awards jury. On behalf of the entire writing team of High, Nikhil, me, Emil, Shirish, this is a great honor. Thank you to the producers at Jamik, Mekhala, Akshay. Thank you to the casting guys, fantastic job. Thank you to MX Player, Gautam, Amrita, Spandan, great guys to work with. And these are challenging times, guys. And just take care, be safe, be generous, and be kind. Love you all. Bye.
Firstly, I would like to thank Exchange for Media for giving me this prestigious E4M Play Jury Choice Award for Jamtara. I would also like to thank Viacom Meeting and Netflix and the entire cast and crew of Jamtara. It couldn't have been possible without you guys. Thank you so much. Stay home, stay safe.
Once kiske hai, every single penny belongs to the people of India.
इतना गुस्सा तुम्हारी मम्मी को आता कहाँ से?
आपको देख के आता है, मैं नोटिस किया। Once kiske hai, every single penny belongs to the people of India.
बैंड बजा दिया। सुना है मैजिक का सबसे बड़ा सप्लायर वही है। कुछ गलत थिंकिंग नहीं कर रहा। लोग ड्रग्स बेच रहे हैं, बॉल बेयरिंग नहीं। What's it's gonna be dangerous.
Thank you for choosing High for Best Cinematography at E4M Play Awards 2021. 2021. Thank you Jamik Films and Thanks to MX Player for making high.
Points किसके हैं? Every single penny belongs to the people of India. Points किसके हैं? Every single penny belongs to the people of India. Points किसके हैं? Every single penny belongs to the people of India. Points किसके हैं? Every single penny belongs to the people of India.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the recognition ceremony here. I would once again like to inform all of you that we've kept it somber in the light of the situation that our country is in, and we dedicate our best wishes, our prayers to our frontline workers, to all those suffering from COVID, but definitely would not forget to thank all our creative agencies, brands, creators, actors, entertainers, for giving us that window of relief to move into the mystical and the magical world of content. So thank you so much once again. We will be back with E4M Play Conference and Awards next year. Till then, thank you very much. Stay safe, stay healthy.